As well as that, in fact, we can jump over to the preview. As well as that, we have got Roman Seth Punk heading to SmackDown in Bologna. We have Jade Cargill returning to action against Liv Morgan. We have Braun Strowman once again locking horns with Jacob Fatu. And Zelina Vega takes on Piper Niven of the Green Regime. Is that what we're calling it now? The Green Regime. Is that what it's known as? The Green Regime. So, yeah, obviously the Secret Service, Chelsea Green, and what's going on there. So, Zelina against Piper. Strowman against Jacob. Jade is coming back to take on Liv Morgan. I would guess Naomi is going to make her presence felt there. Rhea, Roman, and Seth and Punk all in a triple kind of promo, which should help build towards WrestleMania. That's going to be very interesting, actually, that segment. That's the big segment on this show. Monday, the big segment was John Cena, but here the big segment is this three-way triple promo. So, yeah, hope everyone's well. That is the breakdown, the preview for this week's show. Carlin, 1985 Gareth, shout out to you, my friend. Says, Days, have a great stream today. Thank you, my friend. Really appreciate the kind words. And really appreciate the support as well. So I hope everyone's well. It's a bit weird to obviously be streaming at this time. My brain is still in the process of waking up. My brain is still not quite there yet. I've literally been up for about 40 minutes, something like that. So, yeah, should be good. Should be fine. I'm here for 2 streams. We're doing this one, then we'll be back really not long after because obviously in America, this is going to air later. This doesn't air live in the USA, so we're doing this for Europe. We'll be back with another one for America. But this is probably the better stream because obviously this is us watching it live. So anything like actually going down is we're going to be reacting to like together. Whereas later, obviously, I'll be aware as to what's happened already. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what to expect, to be honest with you. I remember last week's show being good to the point where I was like, oh, that was okay. I'm actually all right with watching that for a second time. I hope that I feel that way about this. Last week, I remember seeing the show and being like, yeah, I can live with that. I can watch that again. There's plenty of Smackdowns recently that I would not want to watch twice. But last week wasn't one. I was all right with it. And so I'm hoping that it's another one of those. It should be because we're well on the road to WrestleMania now. So yeah, Carlin, 1985 Gareth, thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate the support. It really does help make a difference. And so shout out to you, my friend. I just saw another super chat came through as well. Let's get to that. So 9, I would like it. I would like them on screen, but I don't know how you do that yet. 9 Docs Holiday 4 said, Days, what would be your entrance music? Well, do you know what? There was, so you know Goldberg's entrance music. Goldberg's entrance music is iconic, right? And when Welcome to Jamrock came out, the album, Damian Marley, Bob Marley's son, he had the track Welcome to Jamrock, and it was everywhere. It was a massive track, right? Really great. If you've never heard it, love that track. But I loved it so much I bought the album. It actually starts with Goldberg's music, the album, and over the top of it, he raps over the top of it, and it sounds amazing. So I can't have that because it's Goldberg's theme, and so, you know, it's already taken, but this is like an updated version of it. And it's got a bit more of a like swag to it. Goldberg's theme is like bum 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 like that. It is just asking for something extra to be added, and that's exactly what Damian Marley did. He added it kind of really speeds it up. I think he speeds it up. It's got a real pace to it. Like, when Goldberg comes out, it's actually slow and plodding. Like, it's like, ba 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 ba. But Damian Marley kills it, man. So I can't have that. But I would love something like that. So I would probably go with something like The Prodigy. I would want like a real upbeat, like, dance track. I wouldn't go metal or anything. I would want to go something that's got like a real... So it's got like a real energy to it. Something like maybe Warriors Dance right by The Prodigy, or, you know, flipping Firestarter or something like that, you know. I'd want something that's got like some energy to it. Throughout my life, I've found several tracks that I've been like, that make great entrance music. But I don't know. Some of them have not aged as well, and I've kind of moved on from them. And some of them would still be all right, but they're a bit obscure. Because I used to work in a music store. So, I mean, like, if I was to go commercial, I'd say, like, The Prodigy. Something along those lines. 9.Holiday, what would yours be? What would your entrance music be? Would you go dance? Would you go metal? Would you go... I feel like there's a lot of metal themes. To be honest, anything that's not Def Rebel, and I think you're doing all right. Fiendish Howdy, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're doing well, buds. Really appreciate the support, and we've got quite a comment here by the looks of it, so let's go. What I need to do is just get that voice reader. I do need to save my voice a bit. My voice has been, like, packing up a little bit. So let's get the voice reader to read this. Can't even remember what voice we were on last time, but we'll give it a go.
Fiendish Howdy. You know what's funny to me is that people think we is forcing Alexa to be with Wyatt Six. Although Alexa is the one who wanted to be with the group. Also, she said her time with The Fiend was the best part of her career.
Fiendish Howdy, appreciate the support, my friends. I don't know. I wouldn't listen. That's my honest answer. My honest answer is, if you go onto any public platform, be it even this chat, this community, right? If you go onto X and stuff like that, I really feel like you're going to find every opinion. You are going to find people that love Roman, hate Roman. You're going to find people that love John turning heel, hate John turning heel. You're going to find people that are excited about what WWE are doing. You're going to find people that hate what WWE are doing. So I sort of think, like, if you have found someone or some people that say that Alexa's being forced in with Wyatt Six, I would honestly just ignore it, because you can equally find people that are excited by Alexa going in with Wyatt Six. So it's not going to be like the majority of people, is it? I mean, I've not heard too many complaints on here about Alexa working with Wyatt Six. I would say on here, in this community, it's something people are very excited by, because they were very excited by Alexa and Bray in the past, and they were very excited by those two working together before, right? So I kind of feel like, I suppose what I'm trying to do is give you the advice, which you really don't need. I know you know this already, but kind of block out the haters, you know? Block out the negativity. Everyone is capable of, like, negativity, myself included. And, you know, there's plenty of stuff that's happened in WWE that I'm not keen on, that I wouldn't have done, that's not, doesn't quite hit me the way I think WWE would like it to. I mean, that's normal. Everyone has that. I really can't imagine there's too many people out there that just love, unless you're a kid, because kids love everything, right? But unless you're a kid, I can't imagine that there's too many people out there that love everything WWE has got planned or has done, or that's just part of life, really. If you really know what you like, that suggests you know what you hate. If you really love something, then you must probably hate the opposite, right? And if you don't love something, then, like, if there's nothing that you love, then I would be willing to say, okay, maybe there's nothing you hate as well. Perhaps you're just in the middle on everything. But I think most people, like, really love a lot of things, which means more than likely there's a lot of things they would hate, which would be the opposite of what they love. So when it comes to this, I would say block out the haters. This is just something that a lot of people that you seem to have encountered just don't want, because perhaps they want the goddess, or perhaps they don't want Alexa at all. And so, you know, you're never going to really be able to reason with, like, those kinds of people. You know, those kind of people that have decided this isn't for them. It's probably just not for them, you know. So I'm trying to give constructive advice back of, like, don't worry about it. You know, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You will find those people online. Because, to be honest, I have those moments. There's things in WWE that I really don't enjoy. Really am not a fan of. I choose to try and not go on about the things that I'm not a fan of, right? And so, and there's not much, to be honest with you, in 2025. There isn't much. But there's people out there that there's quite a bit they don't like, and they're very public with their criticisms. And so, I don't know, is it worth engaging with those people? Or is it better to just go, you know, cool, and move on? So I'm trying to advise, I'm trying to help, I'm trying to, like, block out the haters, yeah. Block out the haters. Good comment, though. Really like it. Really like it, because, yeah, I mean, I think we all encounter people like that and things like that on social media. So, Fiendish Howdy, shout out to you, my friends. So, Monkey Boy as well. Chet and Edward Brown, I think they were there last time, but I'll shout them out again. Firing in, like, becoming subscribers to the channel, supporters of the channel. Oh, when you say the word subscribe, I don't know if it just did it. I saw someone do it in a video and it lights up at the bottom on the button. I was like, man, that looked good. So I might start saying that word. I think it probably only works once a stream or once a video, but I'm gonna start saying that word so the button lights up. At 9, Doc X Holiday said, I would go with Knights of Kydona by Muse. Oh, I don't think I know it. I know Muse, guitar band, very big, very epic in their sound. So I would imagine that's going to sound really good. That's going to sound like a really good entrance. I've no doubt about that. But I don't know that I know that exact track. But it's probably, it might be, if it was one of their singles, I'd probably play it and I'd recognize it. But yeah, good, big. MLW Flash said, 10 month supporter. I love this community, said MLW Flash. MLW Flash, thank you, my friends. No, big thank you to everyone that's joined us. Talking of Fiendish Howdy mentioning Alexa Bliss. There was apparently a bit of an update today that apparently things are okay on that front, and that Alexa's still expected to be at WrestleMania. Wyatt 6 are okay. Uncle Howdy is back. They're just waiting for the right creative. So apparently everything's fine. Like no dramas. No need to worry. So a bit of a positive update today. Okay, let's get back to the chat. Hannah, hello. Hope you're doing well. Let's grab this comment and see what's being said. Here we go.
Hannah W. Days. A massive Smackdown live from Italy where you stream 2 for the price of 1. As this SD has the potential to be the best from Italy, but it would have to better than the 2007 SD. Shout out to you.
Shout out to you, Hannah. Hope you had a good day. But my day is about 50 minutes long right now. Kim Shanes, hello. Hope you're doing well.
Kim's Trains, aka Nick Butcher. Days, as I am the unofficial Wrestling Days Intercontinental and European Champion. Is there any way that you can find me a challenger? The European challenger has to be in the UK or Europe.
I'm pleased that you said unofficial. Because I don't really have any more room, to be honest. So anything that's unofficial doesn't involve me. And I'm here for that. So Kim's Train, shout out to you. Mike?
Mike Kennedy. Who do we reckon gets twatted tonight?
I don't know how offensive that word is. In the UK, I don't think it's too bad. But I don't want to say it now because it might be. In the UK, I really like... Oh, it's not bad. How bad is it? The word... I'll get the word read out.
Twatted.
No, it's not really saying it's... Oh, don't make me say it. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know how bad it is. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one right there. I don't know. It's not bad at all. Oh, okay. Like yesterday during the Wrestling Escape Pods, Tommy Toy Travels, right, said that he was at work and he works with kids, and for some reason, like, they were watching like Smackdown or catching up with Smackdown, or I don't know what they were doing, but they were watching something, and they put this watch along on. Apparently, like, they kept watching me and then going to other streamers and then coming back, and every time they came back, I was using the word murked, which I know I use a lot because I like it. And I like whenever someone's in a brawl and they're like hitting each other, I will use the word murked because I don't know, it just fits perfectly. I really like it, and it makes it seem like I'm down with the kids, and I'm here for that. But he's now giving me a complex about that, and I'm like, oh, do I need to change it then? And if I am going to change it, what do I change it to? I mean, my brain in the heat of the moment still might not change it, but I can at least give it a good go. So I did include twatted as an option. And it seemed like our American friends were especially thrilled with that. But it's not that bad in the UK, honestly. That is, oh my God, he's just twatted him in the face. Like, that is an acceptable saying. I would say that, no one's going to look at you and go, oh, there's kids around or anything like that. Like, it's not that bad. But there was a lot of responses to my little tweet that I put out, and people were like putting laughing face, like, you've got to use this now. And I was like, is it bad? I don't know. It's a cultural difference, isn't it? So we'll have to wait and see. Jay said, Friday evening Smackdown, my body is ready, says Jay. Jay, shout out to you. I'm not ready, but I'm warming up to being ready. I'll be ready by the time the stream's ended.
Lisa Brown. Days, I get that Bo was out hurt, but why did he stay silent and not update us on what was going on and how he was doing?
Hello, Lisa. I think that, to be honest with you, he's never really spoken out. I mean, there's a lot of fake Uncle Howdy accounts. Obviously, we went through the drama that was Dreadmare, and other accounts that go by the Uncle Howdy name. That they, in all fairness, there's one that I'm aware of that has got it in their bio that they are, a fan account, right? So if you read the bio, it does say they're a fan account. So they're actually a friend of the channel. They're just a big fan of Bray Wyatt, of the Wyatt Six. And so they've gone with the Uncle Howdy name, a parody account type thing, right? So I have no issue with them because they make it very clear. Anyone that does that, as long as they make it clear, then I don't have a problem with it. But, look, when it comes to things like Dreadmare, where they're purposely trying to, catch people out and really trying to make out that they are someone that they are not, that's where there's an issue. So he's never really communicated. We found out that it's Rob Fee that actually runs the Wyatt Six account. It's not Bo. So I actually don't know where Bo communicates. I don't really know where Bo gets like messages out. I don't know that he's got any personal account. Maybe he does have some sort of personal account, but I'm not aware of one on X. I think there was something on Facebook, but I don't really ever venture over to Facebook. And to be honest, if someone's putting something up on Facebook, they're probably going to put it up on X as well. So, yeah, he's not really a social media person, to be honest with you. He's not someone that right, really puts messages out. So, plus also, I think the group is meant to be a little bit distant in the sense of I don't think we're really meant to know everything all the time. They're not a group that's going to tell us their deepest, darkest secrets and all of that stuff, even though they did share the journal, which does have a lot of their kind of thoughts within. But I think there is meant to be a bit of a distance there, a bit of a mystery there, like you never know when they're going to arrive type situation. And maybe part of it would be, maybe that would work a little better if the Final Testament feud had actually ended properly and then we were just waiting for what was next. But the fact that the Final Testament feud didn't end properly kind of meant that we knew something was wrong. Like, we knew that, like, something had gone wrong because, well, that feud, there was a match. We were meant to get the final showdown match. We never got it. So we knew that something had gone a little bit awry there. So I kind of feel like we could have done with something. We could have done with that feud being finalized, or we could have done with some sort of explanation. I mean, I know they tried to explain it on the show with the Wyatt Six being drafted to SmackDown. And obviously Karrion was very upset with The Miz for getting them drafted. And so I think that was your explanation. That was WWE's way of telling you this feud has ended. Like, the feud has ended. We're moving on to something else now. And I think that was WWE's way of telling you that was done, to be honest. But had that feud have ended properly, then I think we would just be waiting for what's next. And there's been a few messages from the Wyatt Six just saying, time is coming, be patient. And I know that we've not seen them this year. And I know that people are frustrated. I mean, there's real frustration out there. And I understand it. I'm sure WWE understand it. I think you just have to remember that we are going down roads and we are doing stuff and have done stuff that was absolutely not the plan. When this group started and debuted, I think there was a plan that they were going to do a feud with Chads and American Maids, move on to Final Testament. Word on the street was that they were even looking to do something with Judgment Day. And who knows, perhaps had they have been fit and healthy and there hadn't been the injury, perhaps we would have just done a Judgment Day feud. The reason as to why they've been away for so long is because they were going to feud with Judgment Day. They didn't. And so that means that Judgment Day have had to do other stuff. And there's just nothing lined up for the Wyatt Six. So we're having to wait now for it to kind of get to a point where we can start the next feuds. And, you know, for a chunk of that time, Bo's been injured anyway. So I get it. But I sort of get it from both sides. I understand. I like to try and put myself in WWE shoes. And without knowing exactly what's going on, it's very difficult. Without knowing, like, when did Bo get cleared? I mean, I heard it was about 2-3 weeks ago. And now you're having to try and get creative started for them. And don't forget, right now, they're on a European tour. So they're on a European tour. We've obviously just going to try and get that done. So is it that we just need to get the European tour over and then we'll be like starting something? That wouldn't shock me if that was the plan. If the plan was, right, let's pick this up after the European tour. I don't want to keep making excuses, but I am trying to put myself in their shoes and thinking, okay, what would I do if I was in their shoes? Well, if he only got cleared 2-3 weeks ago, I could understand not starting a program immediately because I might not be able to. I might not have anyone free to do a program with the Wyatt Six. And do I want to drag them all around Europe if I don't quite have a plan in place? So perhaps the conversation was, let's get the European tour out the way. I'll think about it and work on it whilst I'm on the tour, if I'm Triple H. And as soon as we're back, we'll get going with something. And I think the plan is that they'll have some sort of presence at WrestleMania. I mean, it was Sean Ross Sapp the other day. It's one of the big reasons why I did that separate video on the channel about Alexa was he said that he believes that a tag team match was scheduled for her, which is obviously very exciting. It's what we thought she would do, but it's very exciting because who would her partner be? Probably Nikki Cross, which suggests that we're going to be doing some stuff soon. So, yeah. That's why I don't think we've heard of him. He's not a big social media guy. Not a big social media guy. Right, let's grab this from Nathan. See what Nathan's saying.
Nathan Troxel. I have a thought about the booking of the Wyatt Six moving forward. Trial H tried humanizing the group, and how did that go? They lost against Carrion. I would turn up the spookiness.
Yeah, I think they only lost, though, not because of them being human. I think they only lost because it was a feud, and you can't just win every match all the time. Like, so in that feud, I think they needed like a little bit of a bump in the road, a bit of a setback. I've got no doubt the Wyatt Six would have won that final showdown. I have no doubt they would have won that last match, right? But I think that match that they were in where the powder was thrown in the face, I mean, that's why he lost, wasn't it? Howdy lost because there was powder thrown in his face from the outsides, and that was the only reason they lost. So even in defeat, they were protected. But I've no doubt that, you know, what would have happened is we would have built towards that final showdown, and that's where we would have actually got... That's where we would have actually got the Wyatt Six standing tall. I mean, it's very divisive, the whole spookiness, supernatural thing. The honest truth is that there's a real divide on that. There's a lot of people that are for it. There's a lot of people that are against it. I think if you want to get as many people on board with the Wyatt Six as possible, I would say stay away from the supernatural thing. I think there is a grey area, which for me was the area that The Undertaker operated in, where it can be supernatural, but it doesn't have to be supernatural. You know, with The Undertaker, you know, we use the example of, say, the urn, right? The urn, for a lot of people, had magical powers, and The Undertaker was able to, like, you know, sit up whenever the urn was raised, and he seemed to draw power from the urn, and it was supernatural. And there's some people that are like, you can't tell them otherwise. It absolutely was supernatural, right? But I watched it when I was a kid, and I didn't think it was supernatural. I didn't think he was getting powers from it. I watched it and saw it more as being... the example I've given before is like, if your granddad passes away, or your dad passes away, and you get given their watch, or you get given, like, you know, a bracelet that they had or something that was theirs, you can be having a really rough time, a really bad day, and you can look at that item. That item is very symbolic to you. It means something to you, and you can draw strength from that. It really, you know, if you're down and you've got something there that reminds you of your dad or your granddad, and you had a very close relationship with them, you can get a second wind from that. You can get like a lift from that. And even as a kid, I kind of saw the urn being something that was more along those lines. It's something that meant a lot to The Undertaker. Of course it did. And just having its presence around, and Paul Bearer kind of, you know, raising it up, making a big deal out of it. That was allowing Undertaker to find those kind of resources, that second wind. And that genuinely was, as a kid, how I always took the urn and the power of the urn. That's kind of how I always viewed the urn when I was young. And I think part of it is because for me, I've never massively been someone that's kind of believed in the supernatural. So for me, when I see something like that, my first instinct isn't to go, "Oh my God, that's supernatural powers." You know, I wasn't reading Marvel, I wasn't reading DC comics. You know, for me, I kind of looked at it and I always saw it that way. So, but what I would say is, there'll be people in the chat, and there's people in this world that are adamant that say the urn is supernatural, and that's fine, isn't it? If that's what you want to believe because that works for you, no one's going to stop you in that, right? For me, I read it a different way, and that's fine. If that's how I saw it, it doesn't affect anyone, does it? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, if you want it to be supernatural, it can be. If you don't want it to be, it doesn't have to be. And everyone wins, and everyone's happy. And that, to me, is the grey area. That's the sweet spot. That's the area that we should look to move the Wyatt Six into. You know, a bit like lights out, come back on, the wrestlers are gone. If you want to believe that the characters have transported, then you can. Whereas if I want to believe that the lights have gone and they're just using that darkness as a way to get out the ring, maybe go under the ring or run through the crowd, but it's a way of being able to escape without being seen, I can believe that. So again, that's another example of the grey area where for you it can be one thing, for me it can be a different thing, and it works for everybody. So I'm all right with turning the spookiness up. There is, for me, a line, though, where it becomes something that is now not grey area, you know? There is a line where something can happen and I can't find a logical explanation for it. And then for me, that's where we go too far for me. And that's where I think you start losing other people as well. Seemingly Triple H as well, who seemingly is not a big fan of going to those extremes. So it's one of those, it's a sliding scale of opinion. Some people are adamant that it should be done and that this is what it needs. Some people are concerned about going to those lengths or don't have an appetite to go to those lengths. And each to their own. The only thing I can say is that I do think the Wyatt Six would have won that feud eventually. I think they would have moved on to, I think Judgment Day was the rumor. And another thing that I'm pretty confident on is I really do think Triple H does want the Wyatt Six group to work. I don't think he doesn't want it to work. I think he does want it to work. And I think that he can book it as well. But I think in order to get the best out of that group, I think he knows that he can't go too spooky because that's not something he's going to be good at. I don't think he's got an interest in going very spooky. And I think that he's going to find it a challenge to book something that he's just not, that's just not what he's into. That's not something he likes. So that might be another reason as well, is that he wants to keep it the right side of realistic because he can do a better job. Which a lot of people will be like, well, he ain't done a good job so far. But just remember, there is things going on behind the scenes in regards to injury, illness, all that kind of stuff, you know. Very good. Wow, time's flying. We've already done 36 minutes. Let's go over to Monkey Boy.
Monkey Boy. How many Vince McMahon does it take to screw a light bulb? None. Because light bulbs screw light bulbs.
Light bulbs screw light bulbs. Monkey Boy, shout out to you. I like that. Brett screwed Brett. Light bulb screwed light bulb.
Uncle Revel. Was Wyatt's tweet directed at Braun for today?
About the remember who you are stuff. I didn't take it that way. If it was, Fun. Brilliant. Let's go. That'll be interesting. We know that they were trying to get Braun on board with last year, and he had an illness. I didn't take it that way because we seem to be doing a lot with Alexa at the moment. We seem to be like trying to get Alexa to join. Obviously, there's been glitches whenever Alexa's been on screen, and those glitches have come from the Wyatt Six. So it sort of feels to me like we're in the middle of trying to get Alexa to come and join the group. So for them to send a message out saying, remember who you are, remember what you've done, who you've been, and all of that, to me, it seems a no-brainer that they're trying to reach out to Alexa. So I did not interpret it as being Braun, but it could be Braun. It could be Braun because I do believe they were trying to get Braun last year. But then he fell sick, which was another kind of bump in the road. That was another frustration, was that he had an illness and we were trying to get him. So I need to get my headphones ready, get set up. Miss Clown, shout out to you, said, ever had a celebrity crush when growing up? Do you know, I haven't really. I genuinely don't massively remember having one. Nah, genuinely, I don't remember having one. I don't remember being young and being like, oh, she's attractive or whatever. I mean, I'm sure there must have been female talents that I was aware of. I cannot think of anyone in wrestling. But then saying that, when I was growing up, there wasn't loads of female wrestlers. I mean, when you got to the Attitude Era, Trish was obviously very attractive, but Sunny was very attractive. I mean, not so much now, but back then. But I don't remember ever having a crush. I knew that they were attractive. I mean, WWE didn't make much effort in hiding that fact. So I knew they were attractive, but I don't remember ever, thinking about them or flipping fantasizing about them or anything like that. No, I can't. I can't think. Genuinely can't think. Who was yours, Miss Clown? Who was your celebrity crush? Sick Horror Kingman, shout out to you, buds. Let's get this message put into the reader. We'll get it read out. We've got 20 minutes until SmackDown.
Thesic Horror Kingman.
Yeah. Here we go.
Well, it looked like Rey Fenix is a SmackDown star. You think Mello is his first match, and Mello doesn't need to lose anymore till they do something about him.
It looks like Phoenix is a SmackDown star. Do we think Carmelo is his first match? Mello doesn't need to lose anymore till they do something about him. Mello might be the first match. It wouldn't necessarily be the first name I would think of, but he could be the first match. I agree, Mello's on a bit of a losing skid, but I think he might end up losing. I think Mello is kind of at the point where he's just getting TV time at the moment. I suppose the way to think about NXT and main roster is you're in NXT. You obviously get to the top of NXT champ, or you're in big feuds. But then when you go to the main roster, you're right at the bottom again. It's quite, not rare, but I think Triple H has really got to see something in you, be really excited in you to kind of get you going and really pushing you. Someone like Gunther, for example. I think Triple H, the way that Gunther was booked in developmental was, he had the longest reign in NXT UK championship reign. And it was so long, it was starting to beat records of longest title reigns ever, right? He was champ. I can't remember how long he was champ for, flipping 800 days or whatever. I mean, it was crazy. And I think Triple H, as soon as he brought him up, I don't think that's the kind of person that you go, yeah, I'm going to have him lose a load of matches, because I think his aura his size, his presence, the way he carries himself, his entrance, his dignity. I think when you think of Gunther, you think of like professionalism, dignity, respect. You know, he says things like the ring is sacred, you know, and all that kind of stuff. He's got like a couple of guys. He had Imperium, of course, with him at the time that were like, you know, that's the kind of person that's a bit of an exception that you go, okay, I ain't going to be feeding him to Penta. You know, this is someone that we're going to give a winning streak to. I'm going to give him like an Intercontinental run. Turned out to be the longest ever. And obviously very quickly found his way to world champion. You could say like maybe a Bron Breakker, where Bron Breakker obviously has got that crazy athleticism, hits the ropes 1,000,000 miles an hour, provided that iconic speed moment at the Rumble, and has obviously got the Intercontinental Championship. He's someone else, I think, that Triple H is like, yeah, I'm not going to mess around with him. But then you've got a fair few people like, you know, I mean, Cameron Grimes when he came up, LA Knight when he first came up, Carmelo when he came up. There's a few that get called up that I think, yeah, if you don't have that kind of crazy, I don't want to say aura, because there is a bit of an aura there for Carmelo. He had a bit of aura, but I think like not everyone's gonna be like given that Gunther path. And I think Triple H is like, right, welcome to the main roster. I'm going to use you for a bit to put some other people over. And once we actually get to, you know, a certain point, then I'll start kind of getting you involved in mid-card feuds, picking up some wins. And didn't Carmelo and Andrade have like a bit of a really fun series as well, though? So I don't think it's just that he's just jobbing him out all the time. But I don't know. I feel a little bit different in the sense of if Carmelo is kind of fed to Phoenix gets the win. I'm sort of like, okay, that's all right. I'll feel, you know, that would upset me more if we were really up and running with Carmelo, but I don't feel like we've got started yet. It's a bit like Austin Theory. So a lot of people were upset Austin Theory lost to Jay or got squashed by Jay. I wasn't bothered. It didn't bother me. We haven't even started with Austin Theory. Austin Theory is someone that's in a tag team that doesn't even get on TV most of the time. And Jay is about to fight for the world title. So, of course, Jay was winning. We did later find out it wasn't meant to be a squash. It was because the John Cena segment overran. So apparently they were meant to get like an 11-minute match. It ended up going like a minute or whatever because they had to cut time. So, but it didn't bother me. I was like, what does it matter? Like, I don't see any major plans for Austin Theory this side of WrestleMania. I mean, I think if they were going to do anything with him, it would probably come out of frustration and it would probably result in him and Grayson, like, coming to blows. And I think that's what a lot of people are waiting for. I think a lot of people are waiting for A-Town Down Under to split so that we can get better for Austin Theory, because Austin Theory deserves better. But there's lots of people that deserve better. Carmelo deserves better, but it just ain't his time. It just ain't his time. He's not long been on the main roster. He's kind of putting a few people over. Did a bit of a feud with Andrade. We'll move on to something else for him in the future. Like, his future's bright. His future's bright. I don't have any concerns about that. But it's just a case of, yeah, small fish in a big pond now. Big fish in a small pond when he was in NXT, but small fish in a big pond now. Now you're swimming with the sharks. And I suppose the way to think about it is, once he makes it on the main roster, he should be good. I would say for life, but it doesn't always work that way. But he should be good then. Like, there isn't another pool that you go into, you know? It's not like there's another level. It's kind of like, this is it. You're at the dance. Everyone wants to be on the main roster of WWE. If you're a wrestler, it's where the money is. It's where the eyes are. It's the most viewed wrestling products by a mile in the world. So everyone wants to be there. So he's just arrived. Small fish, big ponds, lots of swimming and setbacks and things that are going to be happening that's going to be needed to be done. But once he cracks it, that's it. You're good. You're golden. You might, if he can crack it and get over, he may then have a job for life like Seth, like Sheamus, like The Miz. Do you know what I mean? That's the goal, is to get yourself over, get yourself where you need to be. That don't need to happen straight away. That doesn't need to be the first flipping, doesn't even need to be the first year, does it? If you think he's probably going on, I don't even know how old he is, but let's say he'll be on the main roster for the next 12 years. He's all right for time. You don't want him to take the mick out of you. You don't want them to just keep burying you. I do agree, but yeah, this is why I'm not running around like panicking or anything. So that's a good question, that one, or a good thought, because it kind of ties in nicely with the whole Jey Uso stuff, where there was a lot of people worrying about Jey Uso and what did it mean about Jey getting worrying about Theory, and what did it mean about him being squashed and all of that. And it's like, I'm really chilled about all of that stuff, to be honest, because I just think like anyone that's got that real potential, if we see it, WWE should see it as well. I see true potential in Theory. I see true potential in Carmelo. And so it's just we need the stars to align.
Connor Rigby. Days, do you see any more of these 7 WWE stars turning heel? Trick Williams, Javon Evans, Street Profits, Zelina Vega, Bianca Belair, AJ Styles, Seth Rollins. Do you agree on any of those 7 heels, Days?
Trick Williams could, because he's kind of showing a moodier side anyway. So I think he's kind of still got the crowd with him, though. I mean, for me, heel, part of being a heel is that you get heat. So Trick can be a bit off with other wrestlers and be a bit moody, but he's not getting heat off the fans. The fans have not turned on him. And I think he's just kind of had enough, really, of seemingly being disrespected and pushed around. So he's kind of standing up for himself. He's not kind of crossed over that line where he is cheating in matches, berating the crowds, or any of that. So, but yeah, I'd say he's got an attitude. He's got an attitude, but people are all right with attitudes up to a certain point. As I said, if he starts berating them and having a go at them, then obviously that's where the line gets crossed. So he could. I don't know that he will, but he could. Javon, turning heel is a little bit difficult because all of these have been heel or will be heel at some point in their careers. But do I see it happening anytime soon? Well, Trick, I would say, has got an attitude, but I don't know is going to full-blown turn heel. Javon feels like a red-hot babyface at the moment. Don't see that anytime soon. Street Profits, interesting, because they've got an attitude, and some people are under the impression they've turned heel, because, they did interrupt during the Royal Rumble, and they were beating up babyfaces. So, but again, the crowd aren't booing them out the building when they rock up. They just won the titles from a heel. If they need to defend against baby faces, then they will lean heel. If they defend against heels, they'll lean face. So I think they're tweeners at the moment. Zelina Vega, she's going to be in a feud with Chelsea by the looks of it, so I don't see her being heel anytime soon. Bianca feels like she could turn. Yes, that feels like likely. AJ Styles, I'm going to say no, only because he's been the heel for so long. And now he seems to be face. There's something going on with him and Carrion, which could result in him turning heel. But I think it could also result in him kind of pushing back against Carrion, saying, I'm not interested, and kind of starting a feud. So it could be Carrion and AJ. Seth Rollins, he probably should. I would actually be really down for him turning heel. I'd actually really enjoy it. So he probably should, but I don't know that he will. Stuart Little, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support, firing in a membership. Appreciate it, buds. All right, let's see what other bits we've got. When Days buffers. Oh, I'm not showing any drop frames. It means he's got a big thought coming, said Carl. Carla, shout out to you. I'm trying to find nice big comment. I do like big comments. I like big comments and I cannot lie. Here's Kim's Chains.
Days, if the WWE were to bring back the Nitro Girls, would it work now, or would they have to be more inclusive and possibly have male dancers as well? Or is the Dancing Girls gimmick past its prime?
No, I think you could have it. I don't think they would have to have guys. I mean, you would get some pushback, I'm sure. I don't think that would surprise you to hear that. I'm sure there would be some pushback. But no, I think that you could do it because we still have cheerleaders, don't we, over in America? So in my mind, they would be cheerleaders. In my mind, they would just be doing that. And so I'm sure there would be people that would have a problem with it. I'm sure there would be people that would not be keen on seeing dancing girls. I mean, to be honest with you, we know kind of why they were there. The dancing girls were there to bring a bit of like sex appeal to the show. And it was obviously an Attitude Era thing. If you did it now, I think people would like ask the question, why are we doing this? Like, what's the need for this? What's the benefit of this? And if it was just to bring a bit of like sex appeal to the show, I don't think it really needs it, to be honest. If they did it, I wouldn't be against it, but because like, I don't know. It's not something that would offend me, but I would understand people going, we didn't need this. I don't know why we're adding this. This is like, we don't need it, you know. And certainly for like kids' entertainment as well. So I just don't think it would happen. But I don't think we would have to add guys to balance it out. But who knows? Perhaps we would. Perhaps there would be a couple of topless guys dancing away within the group, so it was more mixed. But I don't know. We're definitely past it. We're definitely past it. If it was to like, if it had a purpose of like the show's beginning and we're going to use these to like get the crowd going, you know, kind of bring some energy to the start as the pyro's going off. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think, how would you use them? But like, say like the first shot you've got is pyro going up, and in the ring you've got people like doing some sort of flipping routine. And that was how Raw started and SmackDown started. And it wasn't just about bringing, you know, scantily clad women to the show. And it actually had a different purpose, which was to bring some energy, bring some, you know, good vibes. And then maybe they walk around and meet, you know, the crowds at, like, you know, before and after the show. It's kind of like, oh, I'm going to get a picture with the Raw girls. I'm going to get a picture with the SmackDown girls or something like that. And it's like a thing that fans can do. Then there would be a bit more of a purpose to it then. And I think there would be less of a pushback. But if it was literally just to increase sex appeal, they were scantily clad and it was all a bit, you know, suggestive, I think there would be a bit of a pushback. Certainly because it is a family product, isn't it, these days? LS Dub, let's see. As soon as we talk about sex appeal, LS Dub's here. I knew LS Dub would have an opinion on this. Let's go. Let's go.
Follow.
Here we go.
There's a way to bring sex appeal to wrestling without reducing the women's wrestlers down to only that. They can wrestle and also have that appeal for fans. Both can be true.
Yeah, both can be true. In regards to wrestlers, yes. So, I mean, the Nitro girls were dancers. They weren't, like, competing. So, you if we're going to talk about the female wrestlers, then yes, there is a way. I mean, I'd say that they probably do that now. I mean, I don't know how much more ass can be put on display, to be honest. And a lot of the ring gear is sort of, well, I mean, it doesn't feel a million miles away from lingerie, some of it, you know, with straps and thrills, frilly bits and all that kind of stuff, you know. So I sort of look at like what they're wearing, and to be honest with you, I'm going to be a bit of a stick in the mud. I do sort of wish that it was toned down, because I do think that that stuff is, you know, I mean, when they're wrestling, to be honest, if they were wrestling and really focused on the wrestling, they should be a bit more covered, because how many times do we get flipping wardrobe malfunctions, you know? How many times is it that the tops are so short that there's like boobs spilling out and stuff like that? Like, for me, we are doing that now. We are trying to present the women as being great wrestlers, which they are, but we're also trying to, you know, make sure there's some sex appeal there. And I think that's coming from the women themselves. I don't think they're being pressured into that. It's probably something that's suggested, like, you know, you'll get more attention if you do this, and it's in, you know, more attention is in your benefit. But I don't know that they're like necessarily making them go down those roads. I would like to think they're not. And actually, stick in the mud time, I wish it was toned down. I just think that it's not needed. I just think that, like, I feel, do you know what? Truth, I feel like I'm missing out on some great ring gears. I feel like there's a lot of great iconic ring gear. I mean, the kind of stuff that we see the women wearing is very samey. It's all very repetitive. And I find it all quite uninspiring, actually. It's just like black bra top, black pants. There's normally some sort of like strap around the thigh. There's normally some sort of like strap around the midsection. And it's all, I don't know, it's not very iconic. It's not gear that you look at and go, wow, that's incredible, you know. I think Bianca does well. I think Bianca, like, her gear's great. Her gear stands out. But then she really puts time into her gear because she makes it, doesn't she? And, you know, she's not really looking, because, you know, she's married, happily married. She's not looking to, like, put on sexy gear. She's not trying to have a, you know, she's not trying to have her ass hanging out or her boobs hanging out or anything like that. So I sort of feel like Bianca's stuff's really good. But yeah, a lot of the other gear is just very forgettable to me. It's all really designed to just get stuff on show. That's how it feels. So bit of a boomer that I would change it, and I would, you know, let's have some iconic gear. Let's have some really great looking stuff. Let's have some stuff that's like Bam Bam Bigelow with the flames, or Vader, or Macho Man. You know, stuff like that. I like Charlotte's entrance gear. But then, you know, when she takes that off, she just goes down to a little top and, you know, pants. So I think the current product does try to balance both. And debatable as to whether that balance is quite correct. Okay, we are over in Italy. Bologna. Let's go, Queens. Bologna, Italy. Days, what do we hope that we get from Cena on Monday? I'd like a bit more talk about The Rock, to be honest. And I'd like a back and forth with Cody. We didn't really get a back and forth, did we? CM Punk chants. CM Punk. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a good crowd. Italy, I was very surprised with Belgium, that Belgium were as good. Mate, look at all the Italian flags. Yeah, look at all the Italian flags. There's loads of Italian flags in the crowds. Jade Cargill, backstage. She's on the phone. She'll be taking on Liv Morgan tonight. There's Liv Morgan. There's Raquel. Women's tag champs. There's Braun Strowman. He's going to be in action against Jacob Fatu. Let's go, man. Look at Jacob. There's Tama. There's Jacob. There's Solo. Walking backstage. There's CM Punk. You can see the fans in the background. So tonight, Seth, Roman, Punk under one roof. Loud CM Punk chants breaking out. Okay, we're seeing inside the arena. I'm not sure what we're starting off with. Oh, we're starting with Randy. Okay, we're starting with Randy Orton. Okay, Randy kicking off the show. Loud cheer for Randy. Randy making his way down to the ring. RKO sign in the crowds. This is Aura. That's what it said on that phone. Someone just held up a phone that had the Italian flag on and the words, "This is Aura." So Randy making his way down to the ring. Just like I have voices in my head. Louds. Once again, louds. Whoa. Amazing. Amazing. Europe has really represented itself so well. Again, though, I don't want it compared to America. America has been watching WWE throughout all of WWE's life, you know? So it's to compare this to America would not be fair. Interesting crowd, isn't it? Because there's a lot of people by the entranceway, but then when you see the wide shot, there's a lot of space behind them. You've got the entranceway, then you've got like a few layers of people, so it looks good on camera. But actually, with the wide spot shot, there's then quite a bit of a gap till you get to the stands. So, I mean, look, for Italy, a place that, you know, WWE doesn't go to all that often, it seems to be a great turnout. I mean, look at that. Certainly can't say that ticket sales have underwhelmed, but just from that one shot, it looks like you could have got a few more people in. WWE logo in the middle of the ring. We do have the Prime Hydration Station. Randy over in the corner, and everyone's like, oh. Let's go. Still singing along, having a great time. Sometimes I genuinely forget how long Randy Orton's entrance is, said Alex. Vic, hello. Shout out to you. What do we think they'll do with Jade and Alexa and the Wyatts? Jade's Cargill. I think she'll face Naomi. Alexa, I think, will be in that tag match against Liv and Raquel. And I'm not sure about the rest of the Wyatts. I think Judgment Day will probably make their presence felt during that match. Tripping people over. You know, just tripping someone over on the outside. I could see Dirty Dom doing that. And then I could see the Wyatts being the equalizers. And then maybe we do a Judgment Day feud following WrestleMania, if not before. The Viper, Randy Orton, RK. That guy's sign is battered. It's still going, by the way. If you was wondering what's happening right now, well, what's happening right now is we're still waiting for this thing to settle down. Okay, music has finally died down. Randy Orton is in the ring. And I tell you what, this crowd have had a blooming good sing-song there. They've had a lovely sing-song. Look at them. They're still singing. Listen, Italian football fans are amongst the most passionate. Oh, here's Kevin Owens. Here's Kevin Owens. KO's music just hit. He didn't even get a word out. He didn't even get a word out. Here he is. Hear me out. He's wearing an RKO shirt, Kevin. Love that for him. Please just listen. I've got something important to tell you. I was wrong. I don't know what they're chanting. Is it Chavo? I was wrong. You didn't deserve that. Sammy deserved everything I did to him, but you didn't. You didn't deserve it. So Kevin is saying that he regrets doing what he did. I'm just human. I'm just like you. So Kevin Owens is like, you understand. You've done things that you regret. Chero, Chero, Chero. I hope Randy RKO's Kevin, said Erin. Perhaps they're all going to just make friends. They're just going to make up and everything's going to be okay. It would be lovely if there was more of that in wrestling. Do you want to know why I pulled Carmelo out the ring last week? Because I was trying to save you from yourself. So, Kevin, says you don't want to go back to being the Randy that kicks people in the heads. That's not who you are anymore. You've grown. You've changed. We should look to the future. And that's WrestleMania. Okay. Is he going to propose they tag together or something? You and me becoming tag team champs. Crowd are booing. How about you and me become tag team champs? Will you shut your stupid faces? Crowd booing away again. Chavo, is that what they're chanting? Chavo, 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 Chavo. That tag team would be fire, said Porky Pig. Tag champ, said Opulus Travels. Oh yeah, Randy's not having it. What you said was intriguing. I've never heard Kevin admit that he was wrong. You can take that half-hearted apology and shove it up your ass. It's not gone well. It's not gone well, that, for Kevin. Ah. Roberto Baggio gets a mention. Oh, you used to be Fight Owens Fight, but now you're Witch Owens Witch, but not Witch. The bad one. The bad word. I'm glad you dropped me on my head. This is great by Randy. At WrestleMania. I'm gonna kick your head clean off your shoulders. Good that by Randy. I'm glad that you dropped me on my head because I hear voices again. Pretty straightforward stuff. Nothing there that's monumental. Basically, Kevin came out and went, look, I'm sorry. I mean, he tried to apologize. Obviously, Randy's not having it after what went down. And yeah, it looks like, there we go. At WrestleMania, I'm going to kick your head off. So Wade Barrett just said things will get ugly at WrestleMania if that gets made official. We're just seeing last Friday. Drew, Damian, Shinsuke. So happy that Randy is back. This is surely building up to them being a tag team and becoming champs. Yeah. That wasn't bad, said Alistair. No, it was fine. It was fine. So Drew said, I've got nothing now but making your life a living hell last Friday. And then that's when he stomped on his head. Damien is coming out now. So we started with the Randy Orton segment. Now we're moving on to a Damian Priest. All rise. Damian Priest is making his way out. Loud cheer for Damian. Ding, ding, ding. All rise. Right. Solid, entertaining open, says LS Dub. Edward, shout out to you. Let's go over and see what Edward's saying.
Edward Brown LFC won, the baddest on the planet.
Damien coming out.
Days, I was going to ask you how to do KSI v Danis, but it's been postponed cause of illness. But, oh, well, I had tickets to it as well. But never mind, it's always me. It happens to like I had to give my Raw ones up.
So you had tickets, did you? I'm sorry to hear that, buds. Yeah, I saw earlier today that had been cancelled. So has the whole event been cancelled? Or is it just that one match? That one fight? I saw that fight had been cancelled, but I didn't know if it was the whole event or what it was. Damian Priest is making his way down to the ring. What is the feud that you're least excited about, said Tharuka. It could be this match at the moment. I mean, obviously we don't know everything that's going to be happening at WrestleMania, but at the moment I would say this match is the one that's, if I never got a chance to see it, I would be okay. It's just not, I don't know, it's just not that captivating. I don't find Damien to be someone that I root for. I don't know. Without Judgment Day, I just really struggle with Damien. I don't think I'm alone, to be honest, because there's quite a few people that wanted better for Drew, which is a little bit harsh. You know, it's a little bit harsh to say like that we want better for Drew, but yeah, I don't think this is the best feud for him. I don't know. I don't know what you do with Damien. I understand that they're trying to. Build him up, and he's a former world champion, and he's from Puerto Rico, and they're trying to really, you know, grow in that part of the world. But he just doesn't grab me. I don't find much charisma there. I don't find much to relate to. I don't find much that I care about, you know. I think, didn't he, like, fight on the streets and all that stuff? I mean, maybe a couple of vignettes if we were to go to Puerto Rico and see those streets that he used to fight on, maybe find out a bit more about his backstory, or maybe that might help. I don't know. I sort of feel like when he was in Judgment Day, Damien, he had Judgment Day with him, and he was involved in some fun stuff. You know, him with R-Truth was fun. Him, like, having that little feud with Finn when they were, like, bickering was interesting. So, I mean, him in a faction works great, fine, goods. But the reason he went into a faction, because it wasn't working that well before he went in. Like, before he joined Judgment Day, people didn't massively care about him. So you put him into Judgment Day. And obviously it worked really well, and it got him to a world title. But now you've took him out of Judgment Day again. I don't know that people massively care about him. So fixing that would be a bit of a problem, to be honest with you. Mackenzie said, did you hear about Heathrow? Yeah, I heard that it had shut down for the day because there was like a big local fire or something. So I don't know. I haven't heard the latest. But yeah, pretty crazy that a fire can shut down an airport of that size. But I'm sure they'll get it fixed.
Mackenzie Scoos. We need another glum girl to shake hands with.
No one's going to beat Glum Girl from last week. What a moment that was. I flipping love that moment.
Mackenzie Scoos. We need another glum girl to shake hands with.
Edward said, Days, no heel today. What a crowds. Love you, buds. Yeah, they're brilliant, aren't they? Italy, brilliant. I think Europe has really represented itself so well.
Ian 2020 #1 British Spy. WWE won't do dancing girls with all things Vince.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They're distancing themselves from all of that, aren't they? Okay, here's Shinsuke. This is going to be our match. Thruka
Epirachi. Also, Charlotte versus Tiffany build has been lackluster.
Do you know what?
The match will bang, but they need something different to stand out from other feuds. The pointless brawls are not going to do it.
The only reason I'm all right with Charlotte Tiffany is I think the match will be goods, because Charlotte does tend to have good matches. Like her matches with Rhea have been fantastic. Her matches with even Ronda, the street fights and everything, like when she was walloping Ronda with that kendo stick, have been great. So Charlotte does have the ability to have good matches. Tiffany has got the ability to have good matches. So I actually think the match will be all right. But I agree the build has been lackluster. Very lackluster. But I think they're going to go with Tiffany getting the win in that. I think, like, to make Tiffany feel like a big deal, you've got to have her beat big deals. And whether people want to admit it or not, Charlotte is a big deal. So I kind of get why we're doing the match. But, yeah, the build has not been great. But I think you could say that for a lot of matches. Drew McIntyre is coming out. Drew McIntyre is making his way down to the ring. Is he going to be sat on commentary for this or something? Here's Drew. We've had 20-odd minutes of the show so far. Adam, shout out to you.
won the North title, he was backstage in a hot tub with loads of chicks, haha. Where's thy gone?
Do you know what, Adam, shout out to you. Do you remember in NXT where he won the North American title backstage in a hot tub? Do you know, I forgot until you just mentioned it, and now I can picture it. Yeah, where is that guy? Maybe him as a heel surrounded with attractive women. I mean, would that be like a Vince thing? Right, these three are brawling away at the moment. Damian and Drew, there's shots coming in. Jay, is that Jay? Jimmy? Yeah, that makes sense. We're on SmackDown. So, in the ring, is this, what the hell's this? But what is it? A tag match? Oh, there we go. Damian and Jimmy versus Shinsuke and Drew. Welcome to random tag match of the night. Damian and Jimmy versus Shinsuke and Drew. Let's go. Drew ripped that skirt off like... Well, he's still got it on at the moment. Right. Let's go down. Random tag match. Is Teddy Long in Italy, said Adam. Why is this happening, said Ellis Dub. Is Teddy Long there? It is weird, isn't it? I don't even think they mentioned this match until it actually started. Did they? It wasn't on the official preview. Kick by Shinsuke. Right, are we going commercial break? Yeah, commercial break. Okay, we're at commercial break. We're at commercial break, and we have got a few minutes. Crowd are chanting, "Oh, Drew McIntyre. Drew McIntyre." Okay, well, bit of a random tag match to start proceedings off with. We've had our opening promo. Now we are underway with match number 1. Knee strike coming in there by Shinsuke. Boom. We can get a few comments in whilst, I mean, there's not really a great deal happening at the moment. Right. Edwards.
Edward Brown LFC won the baddest on the planet. Member. Apparently, it's the whole event days. Also, did you Jake Paul called out AJ, said he would beat Joshua easily. I mean, even Dave Coldwell, the boxing coach AJ, would SNApe his neck with a jab.
Yeah, I did see that he had called AJ out. I mean, it's just going to be for money, isn't it?
Tharuka Eparachi. This is why 3-hour SmackDown don't work. There's not enough good content to fill 3 hours, so we have to sit through filler matches.
This does feel like a filler match. I can't really lie, to be honest. I don't think this is what people would have been looking for. He goes over and he nails Damian. Carla said, no commercials for me. I'm confused. Yeah, well, in certain places, I think America, there's ads. But then I've said that before, and then I've had people in America going, no, it's not all of America. It's like, okay, somewhere there's ads. We've got a little countdown thing that says back in a few minutes. I think it's a lot of America get ads at this point. But yeah, we stay with the action, so. But it doesn't tend to be anything that meaningful. Oh, nice chop there. Going for the pin. Shoulder up. Alex said, have you seen how many security guards are in the crowd at the entranceway? Well, I can't say I've noticed. Have we got a lot of security guards there? Perhaps they're just a bit worried that some fans might get a little bit OTT.
Phoenix. Both attacked Damian after match last week, and Jimmy is always down to fight. And Damian picking Jimmy might just piss of Drew even more.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think this is a match people were really looking for. You want stuff? I mean, like, I feel like Damian Drew is a match that we're going to be getting at WrestleMania. It's hard. I mean, like, it's the rumored match anyway. Drew stomped on Damian's head last week. I mean, I feel like it's done. It's locked in. Like, this is what it is, isn't it? This is a filler match. It's a way of getting lots of stars onto the show so that the Italian crowd can see them. And a tag match to try and bring a bit of energy to kind of be that first match to kind of kick things off with. It's a little bit house showy, isn't it, really? This kind of a match is something you might have seen at a house show. I don't think it really does a great deal for, like, driving any story forwards. Back elbow there by Damian. Shinsuke goes down. And again, Damian coming in. Back in the corner, charging over. Back elbow. Crowd are into it, though. They're cheering away. Damian screams out. Looks out to the fans. Grabs the arm of Shinsuke. And he's going to go old school. Damian Priest is looking to go up top. Looking to walk the ropes. I sort of wish he wouldn't do that. I sort of wish he wouldn't do that because that's like Undertaker's thing. And I just don't think it's as good. It just hits me like the Temu version of it, and it's like, do something that's yours. 1, 2, and Drew makes the save. I appreciate the fact that he's tried to give it a little tweak by, rather than doing, like, you know, coming down with a strike, he comes down with like a crossbody instead. Like, he's made an adjustment to it, but through the ropes goes Big Jim. Like a Kinshasa there by Shinsuke, but it only knocks Jimmy to the outsides. Damian. Oof. South of Heaven. 1, 2. Damian gets the win. Shinsuke is pinned. And life carries on. So there we go. This is our first match of the show. Mercifully, it was kept short. Okay, Drew is beating up Damian after the match. Every time I see you. Damian tries to grab Drew around the throat. The crowd are chanting, "Oh, Drew McIntyre," as Damian's getting his head smashed into the mat. Yeah, man, there's some nice ground and pound going on. They look good, these shots, you know. And a kick coming in as well. Some of those strikes look good. A lot of those shots in wrestling can look pretty awful. You know, falling short, but like, they look really, really good. Claymore. Damian is down, is wide-eyed. And the crowd were cheering. I do like what was said earlier, though, by Adam. Turn Damian heel. One more time. One more time. I'm going to put you down till you stay on the ground. One more time. One more time. Yeah, Damian heel with like loads of hot chicks. Him being a bit of a playboy kind of a... I'd be down for that. Might make him a bit more interesting. Okay, we got Braun and we got LA Knight backstage. I'm going to tell you one thing. All right, the winner of this match gets a shot at LA Knight's championship. Yeah. Braun Strowman said, and that'll be my ticket to WrestleMania. So the winner of Braun Jacob gets a shot at LA Knight's United States Championship. Well, that's made that a bit more interesting. Okay, they're talking about Tiffany and Charlotte. A cool heel Damien could be more interesting, said Taruka. I agree, yeah. I feel like he definitely needs something. We're just seeing last week with... that was such a good brawl. That was such a good brawl. These two brawling and then, like, Tiffany jumping off that Tron. Yeah, and then they were brawling away against here as well. Tiffy time. Off the top. There's a new queen in town. Oh, right, we've got a sit-down interview coming up. So we've got a split screen. Reminds me of, like, the Seth Rollins riddle. The aftermath will be deafening. Let's go. Right, Alex.
Alex Marcy, member. Braun only been feuding with Jacob since like November. How TF can he not pronounce Fatu properly?
Alex, shout out to you, buds. Uncle Rebel.
Uncle Rebel, member. The best part of Smackdown at 3 p.m. is drinking beer and smoking a brisket.
Uncle Rebel, shout out to you, buds. TJF.
TJF 1983 2X Community Champion Hop. Member. Days why they burying Shinsuke. Especially with Temu Taker.
Shinsuke. I don't know. I mean, I can understand why they're feeding him to Damien because, I mean, Damien's got a big match at WrestleMania. Whether we like it or not, he's facing Drew. And it's a big match. And we might not be keen on it. It might not be what we would choose for Drew. Might not be what we would choose for Damien. I don't know. But he's got a big match. Shinsuke at the moment does not. And I don't know that he's going to have a big match. I don't know he's having any match. So I suppose it's a bit more of that sort of Austin Theory type situation where if they've got some planned for him, like, you know, Jay's going after the world title, of course he's going to get the win over Theory. I don't think anyone would be too surprised at that. And here, you know, you've got Damien, who's going to be going into a match against Drew at WrestleMania. So, of course, he gets the win over Shinsuke. But it is disappointing because I think we would all like better for Shinsuke. I kind of feel like his entrance is great. His presentation is really good. His promos now, in my mind, they've cracked it. We now know how to do a really good Shinsuke promo. Because when he actually talks, he's got some good stuff to say. It's just, he doesn't know English. So, you know, he can only communicate in Japanese. But those video promos are really good. I always find them to be really good. But I wonder if that has always been the barrier. I wonder if that has always been what's prevented him from really being invested in. You can have mid-card titles, but we've never put that kind of world title on him. And I wonder if that's been the issue, you know? Don't know. I wish that we, you know, treated him better. I wish we had more for him. I wish that we maybe even built like a little faction around him and presented him as being like world championship material. But I don't know if we're ever going to get there now. We've been waiting. I mean, I think he arrived on the main roster in like 2018. And I feel like been waiting for them to pull the trigger on him for all this time. kind of getting to the point now where I'm realizing I don't think it's ever actually going to happen. Okay, back from the commercial break.
Pooter. I can't tell which is which. They are dressed the same with blonde hair, lol.
Shout out to you. We're just seeing shots of Bologna.
Tharuka Eparachi. It's the booking with actual feuds that we struggle with Shin.
Yeah.
Olispo. I've given up on Shinsuke. The company has passed him by. I feel like he needs to be taken off TV indefinitely and used as some sort of trainer.
Ellis Stubb, shout out to you. Okay, here's Tiffany and Charlotte. Okay, Tiffany goes to talk, but Charlotte interrupts. You finally looked like a star last week, Tiffany. Tiffany. I chose you because I felt sorry for you. Newsflash. Newsflash. Everyone's compared to me, not just you. Cash in. Delusional. I tell you what, Charlotte's gonna eat Tiffany alive in this promo. Just because you've got blonde hair and can do a backflip, you think you can compare yourself to me? I saw the real you, said Tiffany. I'm here for real competition, said Charlotte. I like this. You find the hottest thing and you throw water on it. The fans are either wooing or booing. Did Charlotte just say you won't even have a job when you're my age? I thought that was good. I think that Tiffany showed more emotion. That might not necessarily have been a good thing, though, because it sort of felt like she was on the verge of crying to me a couple of times. She was like... She was a bit more animated to the point where I felt she was rattled. Charlotte was a lot more delivering it quite cold, but on purpose. And Charlotte never quite buried Tiffany there, but I felt like Charlotte was always in control. As she should be, because she's been doing these kind of promos for, best part of, 12 years. Tiffany's been in the industry about, 3 main roster a year. So, you know, it was a bit of an unfair fight there, but Tiffany did okay. She did okay. Yeah, I was kind of listening to that. I wanted to see how that was going to go, and it was all right. I found that one of the most interesting parts of the show. Okay, here is Jacob. Jacob Fatu making his way down, so this should be good. Listen, whenever Jacob Fatu's having a match, we pay attention. Okay, opening match. Just getting a good 95 rating. Let's have a look at great 14. Let's have a look at all time 20. 21% all time. How did 59% say that match was good? 21% said it was all time. Are you not all right? What's going on there? What's this about? Normally, if something's good, the next one down would be great because people are trying to decide between those two. I don't know if I've ever seen it where good's won and then all-timers come second. Strange. Still comes out as good 95% though. Right. Aaron says... Well, let's get Aaron's thing. Bum, 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 bum. Boom.
Drew should have been involved in the Seth Punk-Roman feud. I know Fatal 4-Way isn't your cup of tea, but in this case it would make sense.
Drew should be involved with Seth Punk-Roman feuds. Yeah, well, it's a triple threat anyway, so I mean, that boat sailed. I just prefer singles matches over triple threats, but it's a triple threat anyway, so to me, once it becomes a triple threat, it doesn't really make a massive difference if it's a triple threat or a Fatal 4-Way. And to be honest with you, when a belt's not involved, I don't mind it. I'm all right with it. I mean, it's still not fair in the sense of Roman can lose that match and not even be pinned, right? Or Punk can lose that match and not even be pinned. So, you know, that rule is a rule that frustrates me. But it frustrates me a hell of a lot more when a title is on the line, you know? Because I've said before, like, when it comes to, like, the championship, really, WWE should be looking to put that belt on the person that deserves it. Who's the best? Yeah? If you've got the WWE Championship, you are the best. And that's what WWE should be looking to do, put the belts on the person that's the best at any given time. And a triple threat doesn't really allow that, because you can be the best, but just not involved in the finish. And, of course, WWE is entertainment, so, like, it doesn't really matter. But, I don't know, I've said I'd much rather with a triple threat that you should have to pin the champ to be the champ. In a triple threat, I think if you pin the other challenger that's not the champion, they get eliminated and the match continues, and then it becomes a singles match. But if you actually pin the champion, match ends immediately. You've got to pin the champion to become champion. I'd much rather see that change come in to triple threats. But they won't do that because, of course, the truth is that we use that as a way of getting the belt off someone without them losing. If you've got someone like Cody and you want to change the champion and you don't really want Cody to lose, put him in a triple threat. Put him in a triple threat. He can lose the belt without being pinned. Keeps him protected. Gives him something to moan about. And so it's used as that kind of a device. So I get why they do it, but that's the reason why I'm not crazy on triple threats. But when there's no champion involved, I don't feel quite the same about it. Like, let's go for it. Yeah. So for this thing, yeah, sure. Put Drew in. Be totally fine with it. Here's Jacob in the ring. We was just at commercial break. We are 46 minutes in to this show. Here's Strowman making his way down. Edward, shout out to you. One big SOB. Let's get Edward's comment.
Days I'd have it if it was triple threat for title. If the person who isn't champ gets pined, is eliminated, then makes it 1-1-1-on-1.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would do that as well. But as we said, I get why they don't do it. Opulus Travels.
Opulas Travels. I'm sorry, but not every match needs a meaning or needs a story. I feel people feel all matches need it to be more than it to just be a match. I personally love this match.
This match. This match they've given a meaning to anyway. I mean, this match, it's two big men going at it. It's the heavyweights. You tend to see some pretty special stuff out of this, so I agree. If this didn't have any sort of stipulation to it, if it didn't have any kind of, they've said the winner of this will become the number one contender for the US title. I agree. This match doesn't particularly need that. It's not a problem that it's got it, but this is just two big guys going up against each other. There's a crotch chop there. This is the kind of match where you're always like, man, the ring could flip in, collapse. It won't, but two big boys like this. If this was the main event, I'm sure that would be mentioned at least a couple of times. Do you think the ring could collapse? We had that when it was Braun and Bronson, people wondering if we were going to get the ring collapse. People do like these big, meaty matches as we are underway. Headbutt there by Braun. I don't think we don't have, obviously, the LED screens. Doesn't look like they've travelled over to Italy, so we've got Minecraft, the movie, being advertised just on the barricades, but not on screens. It just literally, like, banners. Jacob going against the ropes. There's a shoulder barge there by Strowman. Jacob goes down. Tharuka, shout out to you.
Tharuka Eparachi. The matches I could have rather had at Mania are Roman versus Drew, Gunther versus Punk versus Seth.
You would rather have Roman, Drew, and then do Gunther versus Punk versus Seth. Got you. Jacob trying to get back up to his feet. Strowman with a clothesline. Jacob to the outsides. So Jacob goes to the outside. Strowman looks out to the fans. Back in the ring goes Jacob. Big boot coming in there by Braun. Over in the corner. Down goes Jacob. So Braun Strowman in control right now, and the fans are in fine voice. Fans are singing away. Big collision. Big collision. Strowman's going to go for that Strowman Express. Jumps to the outsides. Runs round. Charges. Oh! Jacob helps Strowman go over that commentary table. And is he going to moonsault? What's he going to do? Yeah, man. I got the vibe he was going to be going up. I don't think he's moonsaulting, though. He's jumping off the edge and lands on top of Braun. Braun! Sick look there by Jacob. Right. And we move on. I think we go to commercial break for a moment, but we'll be sticking with the action as Braun gets smashed into that commentary table. Right, I would make triple threat matches 3-way elimination matches. That way it could be more interesting for the fans. With the right booking, could be a great way to settle feuds, says Kim Strains. Yeah, I'm down for that. Shot coming in there by Braun. Jacob on the outside, getting thrown into the ring steps. Jacob into the ring steps. He's down at the moment. Crowd still cheering away. Little bit slow where, you know, he's just slowly making his way over. We are at commercial break, though. D-Mac, shout out to you, said, who wins the Andre the Giant Battle Royal? That's a good question. I can put that as a question. There you go. I've asked it as a question for people to answer. So we'll see what people come back with. I gave my answer ages and ages ago. I mean, I don't know if I still stand by it because there may be different plans for him, but I was thinking Karrion Kross. Because, I mean, when AOP were let go, and it seemed like Wyatt Six had moved on to something else, I really wasn't sure what we were going to be doing with Karrion. So I was like, I would like something for Karrion. I think Karrion has been so good with his kind of social media presence, and he's someone that really does try to take a lot of opportunity. Like, he won't just sit in catering and wait to be used. Like, he's online. He's constantly coming up with little vignettes. He's working this Chris Bay show, of course. Like, you need him in a faction, no problem. You need him to do what, like, you know, whatever. Yeah, no problem. Like, I think he's someone that has really got his head screwed on. I think he's someone that knows what it's like to be released. I think it's someone that really values being in WWE. I think he's someone that always gives his all and beyond that. And I feel like that should be rewarded. That's the kind of person that's going to put a shift in, that's going to work hard for you. And, you know, let's go. Yeah, I don't have anything bad to say about Karrion. I would love to see him get rewarded with, you know, a good push. And maybe winning the Andre Battle Royal could be the start of that for him, you know. The hope was that the Wyatt Six thing was going to be the start of that for him, but blooming Wyatt Six, Bo getting injured or whatever, meant that feud never got finished, which I would imagine that was very frustrating for Karrion. Okay, we've got the crowd in fine voice as we are back from commercial break. But we'll see what people come up with. Oh, look at that. Samoan drop by Jacob. Sent on by Jacob as well. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Braun. Shoulder up by Braun. Crowd are singing away. Crowd are still in really fine voice, you know. Crowd have been excellent. I know the crowd are always excellent, but they really have been excellent. Still singing away. They were singing away during the commercial breaks as well. So here we've got Jacob on his feet, backing over to the corner. He's looking to charge in, and he does charge into Braun. And there's the Jacob shake. Do the Jacob shake. It's the 2025 Harlem shake. Isn't it funny to think back to some of those old viral kind of things like flash mobs, Harlem shake, Gangnam style. Oh! The ice bucket challenge. Strowman down, Jacob down. Still to come tonight, the big segment. CM Punk, Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins. That is going to be sick. Right now, Strowman looking for a big club-in blow, and he does, and Jacob goes down. Shirt is being ripped here by Braun. Crowd cheering away. Shirt thrown into the crowds. Here we go. Strowman charging round. Boom! Collides into Jacob. It's Jacob that goes over the commentary table this time. Strowman looks absolutely shattered. He looks absolutely shattered. Right now he's making his way around, grabbing a hold of Jacob. Jacob is inside the ring, against the ropes, gets picked up. Spinebuster! Big spinebuster there by Strowman. Oh, Tamatonga's here. He picks up Tamatonga. He's got him. Oh, there's Solo. Solo's in. Attacking Strowman. Yeah, Jacob's asking what's going on. Jacob's not happy here. Jacob's not happy because I think Jacob feels like he had this under control. Solo's like, it's me and you. Shots coming in there by Tama. Jacob throwing in some kicks as well. So, does that mean that Strowman has won this match by DQ? That means that he'll go on to fight for the US title. Jacob, here's LA Knight coming down. LA Knight making his way. Well, there's three of them. They're not going to be that bothered, are they? Tama's like, come on, bring it. He's going to get twatted. And he did. There we go. In the ring, LA Knight. Boom. Kick coming in. Jab, 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 jab. Jab City. Oh, mate. Why? Oh, well, that just botched. That just flipping botched. So, yeah, he tried to flip him to the outside, but he ended up getting, like, caught on the ropes. Big clothesline. Jacob to the outside. LA Knight just murked pretty much all of the new bloodline on his own. Well, there we go. Braun Strowman picks up the victory. And that means we've got a United States Championship match. So is that going to be next week, is it? Okay, backstage with Kathy Kelly. Let's get a poll. Start a poll. There's Liv and Raquel. Match scores. Why have you got an issue with Jade's? She had all the time in the world to update her Instagram, but she didn't have time to clear our name. Okay, they're just showing Seth Roman and Punk. Slagent P. Slagent P. And there's Slagent A. I don't like Slagent P wrestling in what she usually wrestles in. I'd like Slagent P wrestling in, like, some Slagent gear. Chelsea Green making her way down to the ring, standing behind Slagent P. Slagent A was right there to make sure the crowd did not get too close to Chelsea, and Chelsea was a bit concerned for a second. There was a moment there where Chelsea was like, the roast of WrestleMania. Okay, we're going to commercial break. Right. If the crowd make noise for this, I'll be genuinely impressed, said Jay. Oh, I think people love Chelsea. I'm sure Chelsea will get the crowds going. Word of wrestling. Let's get this in the thing.
Word of wrestling. Member.
I don't know why it takes so long to load some comments.
Wyatt sucks versus Judgment Day is coming, but Braun needs help, so maybe the Ayat 6 will help him. Who knows? Who know if we get Alexa? We ain't seen no Genève since the promi.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I think maybe Braun finds his way into like a Wyatt 6 story soon. Feels like next week he's going for the title, but yeah, if Bloodline attack next week when he's having his title match, I think they said it was next week, Wyatt 6 could always come to his aid, and then that would set up a Bloodline Wyatt 6 story, which you could go down those roads. Edward
Brown LFC won the baddest on the planet. Days, I'm going to say Dominic wins Andre the Giant Battle Royal. If not, that I have him or Logan for my TB. I do have Dumb at Mana. But also Otis could win the Battle Royal or R-Truth would be good, you agree?
Otis could win or R-Truth could be good. I just think the Battle Royal doesn't massively matter, does it? It doesn't really mean anything. Anyone could win it, yeah. Otis could win it, R-Truth could win it, Akira Tozawa could win it. It doesn't massively mean anything. I mean, I would like for it to mean something, which is why I would like for it to be Carrion, and I would like then for Carrion to be able to move forwards and use that as a launching pad. If someone like R-Truth won it, I don't think it's launching him to anything. It would just be, in my mind, a bit of a comedy moment. If Otis won it, I don't know that that's launching him onto anything either. I don't know that they really see like a big future for Otis. He's in the Alpha Academy / Alpha Babes, whatever. So yeah, true. Anyone could win it. And actually, that brings us quite nicely to the Q&A. If I go over to the answers people have given for that, Opulus Travel said Hornswoggle. Daniel said Shinsuke. Nine Docs Holiday said Obafemi. Willow said Jimmy. Porky Pig said Triple T's girlfriend. Blue Thing says Tamatonga. Right-Averse said Obafemi. Could we see Raw go into the Manhattan Center? If it did, I think I would go. That is one that I think I would be like, I'm going. Finley says Jacob Fatu. In fact, I would definitely go. If it ever went, and so to answer your question, no. I think NXT could go there. But I don't think Raw would go there. Jacob Fatu said Finley. Otis says Michael. Jacob Fatu said Rongo. And Richard said the winner of the Andre Battle Royal will be Roman Reigns. So lots of different answers. I don't think there's like a clear front runner, to be honest with you, as to who's going to win that. But it's not the biggest prize in the world, is it? Here's Proctor Dill.
Proctor Dill. God damn you on this early daisy, these Italians don't sleep. Probably why Santino, such a beast, knows Zeza's only Cobra.
Yeah, it's it's obviously later in Italy. I don't know what time it is in it. I don't know if they're an hour ahead of me, or I'm sure they are ahead if it's an hour or 2 hours, but right now it's 8 o'clock here in the UK. But they've been brilliant tonight. Great crowd. Oh, Jacob's livid. Oh my God, that said pizza on top of it. Was that full of pizzas? Oh, he's angry, man. Listen. What's that shouting in the background? Oh, are those fans? Yeah, when I'm taking care of mine, you better watch it. Yeah, Jacob's furious, and I think those are fans. I wondered what that screaming was, but I believe it was fans in the background. Jacob making his feelings very clear there to Solo. Anna? Her rap name's Anna. This is new music for Zelina. What's this? Whoop, 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 whoop. How are we feeling about this music? Whoop, 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 whoop. It's a bit mid, isn't it? I don't mind the whoop, 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 whoop bit. I could see maybe the fans joining in with that. Whoop, 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 whoop. But the rest of it's like whoop, whoop, whoop. In fact, I think I'm doing a better version than the track, actually. Nah, I've labelled it mid. Flat hip hop. Flat hop. It's flat hop, you're right, Willa. Yeah, I know this genre. It's called flat hop. It's where it doesn't flip and go anywhere. Okay, well, there we go. Zelina versus Piper. This match coming to us in the second hour. We have snuck into that second hour now. Whoop, 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 whoop. I really hate that theme, said Jamie. Zelina gets pushed back to the corner. Slagent P trying to charge over against the ropes. Over the other side. Scooped up. Oh. Nope, round the back, Zelina. Piper shouldn't really be struggling against Zelina. But I think she will, because I think they are trying to make Zelina like Chelsea's next challenger. But I don't think Slagent P should really be struggling. Kick to the midsection. Trying to go over. No. Joy. Looked like she was going for a Destroyer or a Code Red or a Pop Rocks. I think we've got Zelina Vega chant, is it? Shoulder barge there by Piper. Zelina goes down. Piper again. Shoulder barge. Zelina goes down. There's a salute to the outside there by Slagent P. Dragging Zelina over. Kick there by Zelina. Zelina going to the outsides. What was that? What? She jumps on the back. Rear naked choke here by Zelina. They should really get that out. That is a choke, though, isn't it? I mean, there's a rear naked choke that's been applied, which I don't know, the rules keep changing on chokes. Normally, if you're choking someone, like, the ref will count and you got to break the holds. Obviously, you can get away with sleepers, which is also a choke. But that wasn't a sleeper. That was a full-blown rear naked choke. In the corner goes Piper. Zelina trying to fire in some shots. Days, have you got a feeling that we could see Paul Heyman betray Roman tonight? No. He could be put in an awkward situation where CM Punk's... Because we know he's got, like, you know, a relationship with Punk. But I don't see a betrayal tonight. Could happen. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I'm just... Oh! You're an Argy. Zelina is down. There's a smile on Chelsea's face, and we're going to be going to commercial break. Jamie said, what is the difference between a sleeper and a choke? Is it arm positioning? It's a grey area, to be honest with you. I mean, with a sleeper, you'd have the arm around the top part of the head as well. It's not just purely about cutting off the air to the windpipe. I mean, a rear naked choke, you put the arm around the windpipe and you squeeze, and you are cutting off oxygen. And really, you know, if you're putting it on properly, you ain't going to last in that move for long. If it's across the throat and it's in, I mean, you're done. You tap. We see it all the time in UFC. So, yeah, I mean, it chokes historically in WWE would be counted by a ref. Like, you can't do that. But with a sleeper hold, they don't treat it that way. I mean, I think the pressure isn't totally on the windpipe with the sleeper holds. I think with the sleeper holds, like, it's kind of a combination of around the throat, but there's a bit around the top part of the head. And it means you're not applying as much pressure to the windpipe, but you are still applying pressure. With a rear naked choke, you are literally, it's just nothing but pressure to the windpipe. So, to be honest, it's a grey area. I don't think there's a massive difference. But one has been allowed in wrestling. The other one has not been allowed in wrestling. And if I was to try and find an explanation, it would probably be something along those lines of one is 100% pressure on the windpipe. The other is like 50% pressure on the windpipe. Shot coming in there by Zelina. Kim Shane said a sleeper hold applies pressure to the areas that cause sleep. Choke hold is around the throat and windpipe. Right, here we've got Piper throwing in a kick to the back. Cal said, did you see Sean Ross Sapp confirm the one injury was Howdy? Yeah, that was known, yeah. And that they're bringing them back at the right and proper time. And Own Nexus confirming they are imminent. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, he teased yesterday. He had a bit of an update. He had a bit of news. And so I saw that not a huge update there. Not a huge update. I think that is kind of what we was expecting, was that Bo was cleared a couple of weeks ago, and it's really just a case of when can we find the time to return them. So I'm thinking it's going to be after the European tour. Over in the corner goes Zelina. Days, we usually cool down after WrestleMania. If Cena wins 17, WWE has got to do a great job of making sure Cena's 17th run doesn't go stale. How long do we think that the boom period will last? Well, I think that Backlash is going to involve a big match for Randy Orton. A lot of people thinking that it could be John Cena. If we're going to get John Cena, Randy at Backlash, then I'd say that things are going to last pretty well into the summer. we might not get too much of a break between WrestleMania and SummerSlam. Like, we could have a good summer. Because Cena's last year, it means every Cena appearance is going to matter. Every crowd that he performs in front of is likely to be the last time he's going to be there. And if you're saying that he's going to win 17, which he absolutely could, then, you know, that's going to make that run really important. That's going to help the summer as well. I think that there'll be a draft after WrestleMania, King and Queen of the Ring, Money in the Bank. Then we move into SummerSlam. So actually, SummerSlam, I think, is early August. So I think we could get through to SummerSlam if Cena wins the title and there's like lots of good, you know, feuds and builds and things that are going on. I mean, I feel like this WrestleMania season is a little bit different because I think last year we relied a lot on The Rock. You know, if you think about last year, The Rock was kind of around quite a bit. He was on social media quite a bit. We're not really relying on The Rock so much this time. And, you know, we're maybe relying a bit more on Cena, but Cena will be around. He didn't do loads of appearances in January, February. It means he's still got quite a few appearances up his sleeve. So we are going to be getting a fair bit of Cena throughout the rest of 2025. Right now, Zelina in the corner. Piper picking her up. Look at the strength. Look at that by Piper. She had Zelina up in the air, but Zelina, and again, another rear naked choke. Yeah. Even Wade Barrett on commentary refers to it as a choke. I mean, what's the referee looking for? I don't understand. The referee is round, he's checking, he's doing that, like, what's he looking for? I mean, it's a choke. What's the referee checking? What, that it's not a choke? Is that a choke? Okay, it is. Good. Love to see it. Zelina Vega, that's a good move. She's got the arm being pulled back. Black screen, so what's that? What's that? Wardrobe malfunction, maybe. I think we might have had a wardrobe malfunction in that moment. Because we did just get a black screen. Zelina charging over. Piper is down, going for the cover. 1, 2, and kick out there. Yeah, I think we must have just had a Zelina Vega wardrobe malfunction. It's funny, we were talking about that earlier. Back elbow there by Zelina. Zelina looking to charge over. Double knees there by Zelina. Piper goes down. Zelina in the corner. Piper coming over. Double knees there by Zelina. Piper goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. God, they're giving this some time. They're giving this some time, aren't they? Crowd are chanting away. I think there's a bit of a rip in the inner tights. Right now we've got Piper going over against the ropes. Zelina is going for the 619. Gets caught. Oh, into a DDT. That's a good reversal. That's good. 1, 2. And shoulder up there by Piper. We've got Chelsea berating Zelina. Chelsea on the edge of the ring. Oh, she gets smashed. She goes to the outsides. Again, a black screen. Another black screen. There must be... I don't know what's going on. It's got to be a wardrobe malfunction. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What a crossbody there by Piper. Zelina Vega loses after putting in a really Really good performance. Like, she was working hard, trying to get that victory. I actually really thought she was going to get the victory. But the outside interference was just too much. And, yeah, this was brutal, man. Bang! Look at that. It's a win for Piper, but a couple of black screens during that match kind of indicating a wardrobe issue. Zelina loses, color me shocked. I was a bit surprised, actually. The way that they were presenting her, they were presenting her like they wanted her to look really competitive, and they wanted her to get, I think they wanted her to get past Piper so that she could get her title match with Chelsea. I still think there's a chance she will, but I'm not sure how she's going to get to it. WWE Rivals. I'm sure Zelina will rebound and come back after that interference. I could see her and Two Faces against Chelsea's group in a tag match. I can still see her against Chelsea, to be honest with you. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Right. Piper picks up the win. About a D+, said Blue Whale Sonic. I was just looking to see what people were saying about that. A lot of people just aren't surprised. To be honest with you. There's a lack of surprise that Zelina has lost that match. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum. Right. I'm not sure what's worse, the We'll Be Right Back music or Zelina's new theme. They're about the same. Hannah, hello. Shout out to you. Let's go over here. I gotta say, so far, this does not feel quite the level of last week's show.
And to be. It makes sense that Roman is here as he is half Italian, but so is Khan, so if a wild TK suddenly appears to a loud amount of booze from Italy, it would be a massive talking point. All.
Hannah, shout out to you. I just saw someone mentioning that England had scored. I forgot they were playing, actually. So, England are playing the mighty Albania. Big match. Dream match. That's, I think, at Wembley right now. Right, Alex, shout out to you, buds. Let's get to the super chats. I'll get it read out. We are just at commercial break, by the way. If anyone's like, what's happening? Nothing. Although we are just coming back now.
Alex Marcy, member. $6 Canadian and 99 cents. Wrestle Purists just tweeted out that Rey Fenix is officially signed to WWE.
Alex, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, they've done a little bit of a tease for him on last week's SmackDown. In fact, I haven't seen any of those teasers yet. Because we actually had an Aleister Black one last time, and we had a Phoenix one. I've not seen anything like that. So we should get something on this show. But people actually matched up like the hand tattoos in one of those teases last week. And it is Rey Fenix. So, Alex, shout out to you, buds. They're just showing a replay of John Cena and his promo Are they going to show that kid again? That dude ripping up the a picture of Cena. Cena broke my son's heart. You sold out. I've been the victim of an abusive relationship. This is a good video package. It's just put in footage to the words that he said in his promo. Let's go, Cena. Cena sucks. I'm only waiting to see that, kids. That's all I want from this promo. You only care about yourselves. You wear words like hustle, loyalty, respect, but I live them every single day. Toxic relationship. I'm breaking up. That was weird, wasn't it? I'm breaking up with every one of you. I don't care about you. You don't matter. Ah, there he is! The goats! The goats! The true tribal chief. And then Cody came out and was like, shut up, Boomer. WrestleBuzz.
WrestleBuzz. Hi, Days. You're the GOAT. That is all. Bye for now.
Bye for now. WrestleBuzz, shout out to you, my friends. Jono said, I remember the crowd were cheering. Cena had to take time off for torn triceps. Yeah, I mean, since he kind of has been making these fleeting appearances the past few years since the pandemic, crowd have been on his side. John Cena is a big star that we don't really see that often. So, you know, when people loved him when he came out at WrestleMania. Well, people weren't booing him when he came out at Mania to help Cody. When he came out at Money in the Bank in London, he got an overwhelming reception. So, it's one of those where he ain't lying. The crowd have been awful to him throughout his career. So, I mean, there's no lies detected, but the timing of this is flipping stupid. No one can change my mind on that because the crowd love him now more than they've ever loved him. Perhaps he needed the hatred. perhaps the hatred kept him balanced. And now everyone loves him. He's flipping, he's lost his mind. Because, yeah, like recently, crowd have been like really, really with him. Certainly this year as well, where he's saying goodbye to everyone. I've had a great time. Thank you for everything. But I think, you know, there's a couple of truths. One of the truths is that this match definitely benefits by one of these being a heel rather than it being face versus face. And the other truth is it's now or never. You know? He's on his last lap. He's on his final run. So you either do it now or you don't do it. And I think those are the two overriding truths. Here's a graphic for Randy Orton, Kevin Owens. So that match is official. Here's Jade Cargill. She's backstage. Here's Kathy Kelly. Tonight. Are you feeling ready? This is going to be interesting because I sort of feel like both of these women need to win. Jade can't get smashed by Liv. I've got to think Naomi's getting involved here. I've got to think that Jade loses, or maybe wins by DQ, you know? I think we definitely need to protect both of these women. I don't think they're going to have Liv lose clean. Okay, just a quick little interview backstage there with Jade. Now we're going back to the ring. Coming out now is... I don't know who's coming out now. Well, we've cut away anyway, so... right. Days and chat late, but still got to find out. What's this? Let's copy it. Put it in.
Not JPEG. Days and chat late, but still got to find out if Sting is possibly inducting Lex Luger into the Hall of Fame.
I've not seen an update on that. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I mean, my feeling on it is that it'd be nice if it did. Of course it would, but I could understand if Tony was like, no. I could understand if Tony was gonna like say no, because I could understand him not wanting anything to do with WWE. With all the stuff that's gone on between them, I could understand him. You know, Tony has accused them of contract tampering. They're obviously running shows on the same night as like some of his big shows. You know, there's they've done a lot throughout the years to try and hurt AEW. And AEW have tried to do things in response, of course. So, I mean, we know that it's not a good relationship. We know it's a toxic relationship. We know there's no love lost. And we know that Tony ain't going to want to help out WWE. But it's not WWE. WWE aren't the ones that are desperate to get Sting. It's Lex that wants Sting. So it's not really WWE that you're going to be hurting. Because, to be honest, WWE don't give a flip if he's there or not. It doesn't make a difference. Hall of Fame's going to be the Hall of Fame with Triple H going in, and, you know, Lex will still go in if Sting's there or not there, you know? It's not really not going to make any difference. It's Lex that wants Sting there as his friend. So I think the optics probably won't look great for Tony if he doesn't allow it. But equally, I could imagine Tony being like, do you know what? I don't give a flip about the optics. I honestly don't care. My hatred for WWE is so strong, I don't want to give them an inch. I don't want to give them anything. I don't want them to sell a ticket extra because Sting's going to be there. So, I don't know. If he's there, he is. If he isn't, he isn't. I could honestly see that going either way. But actually, I haven't heard any update on it. I haven't heard as to what's happening on that front. Ryan?
Fruity Pebbles, the new Rock, Cena tag team name.
Fruity Pebbles. Do you know what? It might not be Rock and Cena, but there is a belief that we could get a tag team of Cena and Travis Scott. There is a belief that things might go that way. So maybe they can be called Fruity Pebbles. I don't know if we get The Rock and Cena in a tag team. That would be pretty fun if we did. A lot of people are thinking that he'll turn on The Rock at some point later this year. It would kind of be fun if we would get that match. Right, here's that smoke. We've got that smoke again. Now, last time it had a number 4. This time we're getting a lot more images. Of course, the belief is that this is Aleister Black. Oh, there was something else teased there. It said 4, and then it had some other like little squiggles next to it. So there was a little bit more that was being teased there. There's very little doubt that that's Aleister Black, but it's interesting to see how they're teasing it and how they're building it. But 4, once again, some people thought it might be a countdown, and so this week it would be a number 3. It isn't. It's still showing number 4. But it did seem to have a little bit extra this week. There's Liv and Raquel making their way down. Was it a 3, was it? Was it a little... It looked a bit like a broken 2, said Only Kids. I couldn't make it out. I could see that it was a 4 and then there was something else after it, but I couldn't tell you if it was a 3 or a 2 or a broken 2 or... Oh, that's clever. That's brilliant. Look at that. Someone has got a sign in the crowds that looks like the Mona Lisa, but they've made it look like Liv Morgan. That is amazing. And it looks like she's signed it as well. Look at that. Looks like she's signed it. There's a banner in the crowds. The Liv Lisa. That's awful. The Mona Lisa. That's better. That's better. The Mona Lisa. Mate, that is such a sick banner. God, the Italians just do it different, don't they? Even their banners are like fine pieces of art. Amazing. Look brilliant. I wonder if I can find an image of that. So, because there'll be people that want to see that, of course. The Mona Lisa. Yeah. That's great. Really great. Oh, a couple of hours ago, there's a video of it. Oh, that's the bet. That's the best I can make it. There it is. Look at that! Flipping hell! They said the Mona Liver. That thing. God, that's really good. Do you do that to the Mona Lisa? You don't do that to the Mona Lisa, do you? Why are they on their knees praying to it? Why are they doing that? Do you do that when you see the Mona Lisa in the Louvre? Am I missing something? I've never seen anyone do that. Get off your knees, you simps. Jesus. Look at yourselves. Nah, respect. It's awesome. Okay, Jade Cargill's making their way down to the ring. Love this. Love this for her. Michael, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're doing well. Well, that was one of the highlights of the show. I'm not even joking. That's legit a highlight of the show. There is Liv screaming out at Jade on the outside of the ring. Days, has the Tony D group come out in Italy to fight Gunther? No. Would be fun if Tony D did, though. I don't know that we're getting Gunther this week, actually. Liv is in the ring with Jade. So we are underway with our next match. Days, say the word titivate, says Miss Clown. Done. Anything for you. We've got Jade on the outside, stepping up to Raquel. Right, from behind, Liv Morgan attacking. We are underway. Oh. Into the barricades. Into the barricades. I was still in the process of actually writing the Zelina against Piper score down. We are underway with Jade versus Liv. It was kind of interesting last week. On the later stream, I still did the polls. And every match that you lot said was good, the people on the later stream said was good. Every match you said was great. The people on the later stream said it was great. There was a little difference in percentages. Sometimes not much, though. Sometimes it was only 1 or 2% difference. There was, I think, one that was about 15% difference, though. But it wasn't like you lot said something was great and then the people later said it was just good. Everyone was in agreement with roughly how the matches were scored. Okay, I can tell you that Liv and Raquel are actually walking away. They're walking away. Shot coming in there from behind. Okay, Jade is grabbing Liv, dragging her back to the ring, chucking her in the ring. And we've got some lots of noise being made as Jade charges over to Liv. Liv moves out the way. Again, Liv rolling on her feet. Again, coming in. She gets picked up, looking to be... Boom! Power bombs! 1, 2... Kick out there by Liv. Kick out by Liv. And, okay, we've got Raquel on the outside. Ah, double knees. Liv grabbing. Bang. Jade going into that ring post. Into the ring posts. Liv Morgan in control. Crowder in fine voice again, singing away. So, Michael, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Hannah said, it ain't surprising they painted Liv Morgan as the Mona Lisa, as she is of Italian descent. She is hot in Italy, but we're still missing the Brooklyn Brawler, FBI. It is true, we are missing some big Italian names from come in, couldn't we? Kick out there by Liv. Could have had someone just pop the crowd like they did in Spain. I suppose there's still time. Santino was saying that he wanted... his daughter, Ariana Grace, to appear. I'm not sure that would pop the crowd, though, because I don't know how many people are aware of Ariana Grace. Opulus Travels.
Opulas Travels. Hey, Days Wyatt 6 are done. Buried. WE failed them. And there is no storyline to add them to. Not to mention Alexa Bliss is also done with. WE failed Alexa Bliss too.
Okay. Liv with a drop kick to the back there of Jade. Jade going over to the corner. Ryan. Stomps coming in there by Liv.
Ryan. Not sure about Jade's mullet.
She's, it's quite the, it goes down all the way to her back, doesn't it? But it is kind of short on the sides and then really like long at the back. I mean, I think that is a mullet. Double knees there by Liv. Jade goes down. 1, 2, kick out. We don't have any commentary. Are we at commercial break? Yes. I was going to say, there's no commentary at the moment. Here's Liv trying to get up. Should Del Rio get serious professional help, said not JPEG. I don't know. I can't really comment. I've not really seen that clip. I mean, I know a chair was thrown, but I don't know what prompted it. I mean, I feel like he kind of kept his... I think it felt like he was keeping his nose clean. He was staying out of trouble. And then I don't know what prompted all of that kind of ruckus the other day. I feel like something's happened. I don't feel like he's just gone in the crowd and chucked a chair for no reason. But I don't know. It does seem... It's one of those, isn't it? Like, trouble seems to follow him around. But when you've got that kind of reputation, it's a hard reputation to shake. So I don't know how much is his fault or how much he now attracts that kind of attention, you know. Because if people know that you will react and you will bite, they're more likely to try and get you to bite and to try and get you to and try and push. If they know they can push your buttons, there's some fans that get a kick out of trying to push your buttons. So... It's really difficult to know how much is his fault, how much is it now he's just got that reputation. Suplex there by Liv. She's back up on her feet. Not JPEG said, could Ken Shamrock and Kamala be inducted? Well, yeah, they could do. Yeah, it could be. It could get inducted. There are rumors of them being inducted. We covered that in the recent Unseen. Kick coming in there by Liv. Liv back up looking for Oblivion. Jade grabs her. Oh, lovely suplex there, though, by Jade. Haven't seen singles Jade match in a while. We were kind of in the early stages. And then even she looks like that top's just hanging in there. I don't know that they're going to get contained. I wouldn't be shocked if we get another black screen at some point here. We've got a little bit of adjusting. Liv gets chucked down. Kick coming in there by Jade's. Liv goes back to the corner. Jade coming in. Collides into the corner. Again, she tries to get the crowds involved. Collides again into the corner. Jade again charging over. Picks Liv up. Spine buster. And Jade looking out at the fans. Nodding her head. Again having to adjust the top. Get a bigger top. There's going to be plenty of people out there saying get a smaller top, but I'm like, get a bigger top. Right now, she's picking up Liv. She's got her on her shoulders. Got her up. Boom. Chucks her down. Kip up coming. Gets it. Honestly, I cannot even begin to tell you how... I don't think you could be closer to a wardrobe malfunction without actually having a wardrobe malfunction. Right now, Jade is grabbing the arm of Liv. Oh, here's Naomi. She's got caution tape. Look at Naomi, man. Look at that look on Naomi. It's a different vibe. Certainly not getting the glow vibe from her. Although that caution tape might glow in the dark. But, yeah, a little bit of a different look here for Naomi. She just walloped Jade. Jade goes down. So we have had outside interference. So there is... She's like channeling... Oh, going over. Boom! Planted! 1, 2, 3. Oblivion connects. Oblivion connects. Right, she's in there, standing over Jade, throwing down some shots. I get a little bit of like Owen Hart vibes from what she's wearing. Owen Hart Attitude Era vibes. So she's all over Jade here. Throwing in shots. Slap. It's such a good look, this, though, for Naomi. I really like it. With the caution tape. And it's even, like, dangling off her. It's not just, like, a little bit on her gear. I think it looks really good. I like the attitude that she's showing as well. Interfering in this match. Bang. Oh, she's enjoying it as well. She's enjoying it. Look. Ah, I love that. Mocking Jade. Pushes Jade into the commentary table. Jade goes down. Naomi listening out to the fans. Yeah, man. She just sent Jade to the outsides. Love it. Love it. Look at her mocking her, man. Love it. Do you know what? They just cut to Jade there. Jade was down on the outside. I don't know if they're called... I don't know what they're called. Pasties or something? I don't know. that girls put over their nipples to hide them. Yeah, if ever you're wearing like a low top, I feel like you could just see that when we cut to Jade. That top was so low that I think had she not been wearing something underneath, I think it would have exposed her. So throughout that whole match, she was pulling it up. Reminds me so much of when Ronda used to compete, and she used to constantly pull at her shorts. That was really annoying. Okay, we're backstage. We've got an interview with Drew. Every time. An emo vulture. He was like an emo vulture. Yeah, man, I'm here for emo vultures. Someone explain to me how I'm wrong, says Drew. You're as tough as you are stupid. I'll be in the land of the only ever British world champion. He bumps into Seth. Seth laughs and walks away. Seth in a blue jacket. He's got blue glasses. Well, black glasses, but blue lenses. 9, Doc's Holiday said Bianca doesn't help Jade. Interesting. I don't know. Well, Bianca, I think, has said that she just wants to stay out of it.
Tiskaz 81 Glum Girl Stan.
I don't know why it takes so long to load the rest of it.
When CM Punk comes out, guarantee that Arena's going to be rocking.
Oh, yeah.
Anados. Not a great match. Jade is good at power moves, but not as fluid in transition.
Anna, shout out to you. It's Kaz. Shout out to you. Hope you're all well. Signs of the night.
Days say taste the rainbow.
Taste the rainbow. Look at that OTC sign in the Italian colours. That was good. Lots of Smackdown is Italia. Italy welcomes the best in the world. I like the OTC one there. So it was the Italian colours, but it said OTC. I mean, the best is clearly that Liv Morgan sign, isn't it? That's the best. That's the best. Right, we've just got an advert for LFG. That's where we are at the moment. It's time to make or break. WWE LFG. I'm really looking forward to binging that, you know. I'm really looking forward to just getting stuck into that and kind of just blasting through. Bum 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 bum. Right, we are at commercial break. Let's make sure we're on top of things. Days, you better watch that LFG. Oh, I will. I'm not. It's not like desperate that I watch it on a weekly basis because it's not affecting anything, you know? It's not like, oh, I need to know what's happening this week. It'll help me with NXT or something, you know? It doesn't make any difference to anything. So I know it's going to end in a few episodes' time. And so I'm literally just waiting for it all to get done. And then I'm just going to blast through the whole thing, yeah. I will definitely watch it. I mean, of all the like little clips that we've seen of it, looks really good. So definitely I'm going to check it out. But yeah, I'm just going to wait for it all to get uploaded first and work from there. I wasn't Naomi that attacked. I saw a theory that it was Lash Legend and Jakara Jackson. No, Naomi's already admitted that it isn't her. Opala said, isn't Alexa doing voiceovers in movies? Isn't that why she's done with wrestling now? No. Well, she's done a voiceover, but she did it while she was away. She did a voiceover for... I think she did a voiceover for an anime. And then didn't she do the English dubbing for something in Queen of the Ring as well or something? But she's not done with wrestling. To be honest, I think her story that she's about to embark on requires the Wyatt Six. So with the Wyatt Six having an issue with Bo's injury, Bo's obviously been injured for a while. So the Bo apparently was cleared a few weeks ago. So I don't think we could really move on to Alexa's next story until Bo was back, because I think they're intertwined. I think they're connected. So I think we're just waiting to get this European tour done, and then we'll get stuck into the Alexa stuff, which in turn will get stuck into the Wyatt Six stuff. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Hannah said, Days, you should binge that series. We Americans have been eating good with LFG and the biographies and the specials. I do suggest it. Yeah, I will watch it. I will watch it. All the trailers have looked good. But as I said, just nothing that's like, oh, I've got to watch this. It's really important I watch it this week. Like, it feels the kind of thing that you can leave, wait for them all to be like done, and then just go bang, 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 binge it.
About halfway through, I think I'm at a 5.75/10.
Alistair.
The wrestling has been below par, and a lot of the angles have been very basic and vanilla. Looking forward to the Roman Punk Seth segment, though.
Yes, same here. And in fact, we're about to go into hour number 3. So I wonder if we're actually going to start this hour with that, or are we going to close the show with that? I mean, there's a good chance we just close the show with it. There's a good chance we close the show with it, but I'm trying to think, what other matches did they have lined up for this show? What else is it that we need? I'm trying to think what else has been announced for this show, and I can't really think of anything that big. So perhaps we do end the show with it. Okay, we're just having a look at last week, Street Profits. And DIY last week. 1 hour to go, said Dro. Yes, 1 hour to go. And a big hour with a big promo segment coming up, which is going to be very interesting. I just hope there's something really tasty in there. Are we going to watch it again at 8 for the US? Yes. Tanja, yes, I am. Days, I get Bo was injured. WWE couldn't WWE Creative do something with the other members to keep the fans invested rather than make us wait for so long? Okay, I think Street Profits are coming out. Could they have done something with the others? Difficult, because I think a lot of things revolve around Bo. Yeah, I think if one of the other members had been injured, I don't think it would have been as big of a problem. But I think Bo is like the leader. He's the one that kind of really hears the words of the Red, and you know, that Uncle Howdy character is the one that has kind of put the group together. It was Uncle Howdy that was trying to recruit Alexa back in, 2023? It was Uncle Howdy was the one that was trying to bring her in. So I feel like it's Uncle Howdy again that's trying to reach out to Alexa. Plus also, like, that feud with Final Testament was kind of built around the whole Miz-Tourage thing. And the way that Bo had been treated by the Miz. So we did actually do a match where it was it Carrion against... No, I think it was Miz, wasn't it, against Dexter Lumis. And Bo wasn't involved in that. But we did get to the point where we needed to do the final showdown. And you really do need Bo for that. Like, it's hard to do a final showdown and not have the leader of the Wyatt Six around. So I think they decided, well, let's just abandon that. Let's move them to SmackDown. And let's see, you know, when Bo's ready to return. I don't know if they knew exactly when Bo's return was going to be. I don't know if it was like, right, he's out for 2 months, or if they were doing checks and scans and all of that and seeing kind of a bit of a, well, let's see. Perhaps it was like, we'll do something. Let's get the Rumble out the way. And then, like, you know, get a bit of an update then. And so it's just messy. It's just really messy. Plus also, now they've moved to SmackDown, they need to start a feuds. They need to start something completely new. And so, again, do you want to do that without the leader? I think it was the worst injury you could have had. The worst person to get injured. I think they could have carried on without Joe Gacy. They could have carried on without Dexter Lumis. But Bo, that's a hard one, isn't it? So I think it was one of those where it's like, let's get him back fit. Let's get them back 100%. Once we've got that, we can get the plans in place. And unfortunately, it's took 3 months. Okay, we got Street Profits in the ring. Okay, so Street Profits in there holding up the tag titles. And there's a cheer for them as well, so they're getting a good reaction. Oh, no. Look, you only got to give this crowd, like, a hint. Just a hint of something to chant, and they're all over it. I mean, it's about damn time. Well, it has been about 4 years, hasn't it? It has been a long time for them. So... for the past 4 years, a lot of doubt has been creeping in. You deserve it, champ. You deserve it, chant has broken out. You deserve it. You deserve it. Yeah, a lot of people are happy for them. Us holding these titles has made it all worth it. I knew I could always count on my brother, says Montez. Okay, so that's going to bring out Los Garza, Legado del Fantasma. Here's Los Garza making their way down. Someone was getting in Berto's ear, wasn't they? I forget who that was. Someone was talking to Berto, telling him he deserved better. Here's Santos. Los Garza making their way down to the ring. Mackenzie said, could Alexa be co-leader with Uncle Howdy? She could do, but she's not in the group yet. I think she's showing love and respect to Bray with a lot of, you know, the little Easter eggs in what she's been wearing. Because, of course, she would do that. But obviously we've been seeing a lot of glitches and a lot of attempts to kind of bring her into the group. And so I don't think it's just unfortunate because, yes, if Alexa was in the group, that might have meant that we could have carried on without Bo. But, you know, we're not even at the point where she's joined the group yet. Yes, boy! Yes, boy! It's pretty deadly. God, they really are trying to get this flipping tag division over, aren't they? You got to say, they are trying. Guys, I don't think I want to watch this show again later. That's my review. We will not step aside. Cena made little Jimmy cry sign. This is personal. Stay out of it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 says Montez. And the crowd cheer that. Whoa, 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 whoa. This team look a little feisty tonight. Are we going to get Los Garza against Pretty Deadly? Let's get Loco Chico. Well, the smoke. So what, is it going to be Street Profits against Los Garza? Where does that leave Pretty Deadly? It's like Panto, said Ara. It's like Panto. This whole tag division stuff is like bad Vince. Like, this could have been happening in 2019. Days, it was Andrade who spoke to Humberto. Well, I'd be down on Los Garza splitting up. They don't do much for me. LS Dub said the SmackDown tag division is bleak. I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? Because we do say, like, invest in tag wrestling, build the division up. They are doing that. But if it's not good, it's not good. Okay, we got Street Profits then against Los Garza. This is our next match. Don't forget, we do have Roman, Punk, Seth. That's coming up. That's coming up. James, I don't feel like I've heard off you, James. Hope you're doing well.
James Chadwick twatted dumbasses. If WWE gave a fuck about To-Be Team Wrestling, then they would not have released AOP and Good Brothers.
I mean, where's the tag division on Raw? I mean, it's really... We got, what, Viking Raiders, A-Town Down Under, New Day, Dragon Lee and Ray. It's not in good health. Right now, kicks coming into the midsection by Angel. Crowd are booing away. Just looking at what's going on with the England game, and it's gone very stale, apparently. Oh, I didn't even look to see who the lineup was or who he'd picked. Over in the corner goes... Oh, nice. Oh, jab's coming in there by Dawkins. Dawkins bringing a bit of energy. Bit of energy by Dawkins. Right now we've got Dawkins with a forearm strike. Big boot coming in there by Garza. Was we at commercial break or were we going to commercial break? Ah, this is the Phoenix tease. So, yeah, there we go. Look, more of a look at Ray Phoenix. I wonder if it will outright say his name. No. No, it won't. Well, I wonder who that is. Guys, Mystery Lucha is on the way. Let's go. Boom. Big splash by Montez. Right. Oh my God, I was just about to ask, what about Machine Kelly? But I don't think he's in WWE, much less a tag team. I will see myself out, says Carla. Carla, I hope you're well. Hope you've enjoyed SmackDown. Blue Will Sonic said, okay, folks. Okay, we've got Street Profits against Los Garza. It's happening. It's happening. Tell your friends. Tell your family. The dream match is underway. Berto is in there with Montez. Dream match territory. Okay, so Wade Barrett says, if you can beat the tag champs or any champion in non-title competition, you're always going to get yourself into a title opportunity. Dawkins on the outside being disrespected. Knee strike there by Angel. Okay, so right now we've got Montez going up. Shots coming in there by Angel. Trying to pull Montez down. Is upside down. Tag being made. In comes Berto. Kicks coming in. Throwing in these kicks. Referee is there as Garza goes to the outside. Tag being made. More kicks coming into the midsection there by Angel and Berto. They're in control. Montez down. Alex said that was Rey Fenix in the flesh. Uncle Revel said, am I supposed to cheer for these new gloomy Street Profits? I'm so confused. Yes. James said it only took 45 minutes from the end to get acknowledged. I'm going to see if I can leave it later each stream. My goal next stream will be to acknowledge you with 44 minutes to go. Then 43. And then 42. Boom! Big shot there by Dawkins. Just to see if I can do it. Over against the ropes. Dawkins. Top rope pulled down there by Santos. What a cheeky fella he is. What a cheeky fella he is. Pulling that top rope down. Dawkins spills to the outsides. Los Garza in control. Let's go. Let's go. Shot coming in there by Berto. Yeah, commercial break. Right, let's go. Let's go. Carla. Carla with a random thought. I'm here for random thoughts. Finley said, I like that spot. Okay, commercial break. I'm treating it that way.
Random thought. Wouldn't it be one hella mic match between Ricky Saints and Dwayne? I know he still needs a little work, but I bet Ricky can outside Dwayne.
Outside Dwayne? What do you mean? Ricky Saints against The Rock, of course, would be fun. I think we are a distance away from that, though. I don't know if we'll ever get to it. I don't know how many more matches The Rock's going to be having, to be honest with you. And I don't think Rick is making it to the main roster anytime soon. I don't see him being this year. Maybe next year. Equally, I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, I think I'd put money on 2026 for Ricky Saints. But I wouldn't be shocked if it was 2027, actually. I'd put money on 2026.
Hannah W. Bowie. Days. 3 more predictions for this year. The tag team division gets a makeover after WM. AEW starts getting into the 400K average territory. Tommy Toys gets a promotion on the web.
I was just thinking what Tommy could get promoted to on the web, but he is looking at doing a second show, isn't he, on the web channel, which I'm actually really excited about. I'd be really interested to see what gets like spoken about on there and how that's received. So I'm kind of really interested in that. Opala?
Opilas Travels. I prefer this SmackDown tag division than that stupid god-awful tag division on NXT.
I like Fraxium. I'm trying to think who else. Yeah, there isn't really much to choose from, is there, in NXT, tag-wise? I like Street Profits. There's probably a couple of teams in NXT I like. There's probably a couple of teams on SmackDown I like, but yeah, I can sort of understand that. I'm not a Hank and Tank lover, you see. I know there's a few in our community that love Hank and Tank. I don't hate them, but I don't get giddy for them. And Briggs and Inamura, they're all right. I like Tavian Heights and Miles Bourne. I think there's some real potential there, but we just don't really see them that often. Tyson Tyreek, they're building up. Yeah. It's not the strongest division. It ain't nowhere near their women's division. Oh, NXT women's division's amazing. Right, we are back from commercial break. Carla. Let's jump over to Carla, see what Carla's saying.
Opilas Travels. I prefer the SmackDown tag division than that stupid god-awful tag division on NXT.
Carla, it didn't seem to paste your comment. There we go.
Carla. Don't forget he has CM Punk in his corner. If given a chance to work with Punk, Ricky would mic drop Dwayne. Or maybe I'm just a Ricky Stan lol.
Yeah, Ricky's great. I love Ricky. If you're a Ricky Starks, Ricky Saints stan, I get it. Get it.
Alex Marcy.
I don't know why it takes so long to get to the
Briggs
comments.
and Inamura are awesome as well. Tavian Heights and Miles are great as well.
Briggs and Inamura are fine. I don't find myself like loving them. They're just passable in my book. It's probably because they're quite new. Inamura is... I don't really know much about him. We haven't really seen loads of them. They're fine. I don't get excited when they're on TV. Miles, we know that he's obviously deaf, and so that obviously brings a few extra challenges. He's been around a little bit. You know, he's been in No Quarter Catch Crew for quite a while. Tavian Heights is someone I've sort of always had a little bit of an eye on. And he went to Japan and did really, really well. So him coming in and replacing Damon Kemp, I thought was a really good move. So I'm a bit more excited by them as a tag team, but I'm not like down on Briggs and Inamura. I just don't find myself getting like really excited by them at this stage, but that could change. I don't know how long Inamura is with us though, because he's only on loan. He's only on excursion from Noah, I believe. He'll be going back to Noah eventually. Street Profits in control.
Days, are you doing a toy hunt at some point this year?
Yes. Yes, definitely. I aim to do 2 or 3 a year. To be honest with you, I've still got hours of footage from Florida last year that I've never done anything with. I could just dip into that. I could put sort of toy hunt out from that. But because I've still got all that footage. But yeah, it's going to be older figures now, isn't it? It's going to be from like 12 months ago. So yeah, I probably need to just go to Smith's and do another one. Last one we did was at like Christmas time. I really enjoyed that. I thought it came out quite well. Spinebuster by Montez. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Does Santos ever wrestle? I don't know that I've seen him wrestling, said Michael. Yeah, he wrestles. He wrestles. Do we think Joe Hendry will be in Glasgow for Raw? I think so, Alex. He's actually in Glasgow as part of some nightclub tour. So, yeah, the belief is that he will be... oh, he's up top. Yeah, he is on a tour where he goes like and appears in nightclubs and they play like wrestler theme music. And that night he's in Glasgow. So, I mean, the stars are very much aligning, aren't they? Montez has just landed on his feet. The crowd are going crazy for this, you know. The crowd are absolutely loving this. Street Profits do always provide a fun, engaging match, though. Right now, we got Montez up in the corner. He's going for a superplex on Burto. Gets it. Gets it. And going for the cover. 2. Kick out. Kick out. Right now, we've got Santos trying to get the crowd riled up, but they're making plenty of noise anyway. Right now, we've got Montez down. We got Burto down. I will give it props. Better match than what I was anticipating. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." Dawkins against the ropes. Spinebuster there by Dawkins. Again, charging over to go up over to the outsides. Dawkins, is he going to go big air, is he? Oh, Santos jumps up. He gets knocked down. Goes over against the ropes. Dawkins, over the top. Kind of overshot it. Kind of overshot it. Could you imagine if whilst he was mid-air, he tagged? That would be sick. I didn't see him do that, but it's a pin there for Montez. Street Profits win. But I just heard Wade saying there was a tag in there. And in my mind, I was like, what, mid-air? And I was like, could you imagine? Imagine that going up in the air. Boom, tag, as you do a crossbody or something. Mate, that would be sick. That's what the kids call a certified banger, says Wade Barrett. Who knows exactly what the kids are talking about. He knows what they say and when they're saying it. So there we go. It's a win for the Street Profits. Los Garza not able to get the job done, but they provided a pretty fun match. Whether you lot think it clicked into the great territory, though, is going to be interesting. Okay, we have got a vehicle arrive, and surely this is going to be Roman. There's Heyman. One moment, my tribal chief. He just says in the vehicle, one moment, my tribal chief. Oh, did we just bump into the camera? Oh, dear. I think we just had a little collision between the camera and Heyman. I put the match as an all-time. I loved it, said Opolis Travels. The double chin man is here. It's actually Days. Yeah. But thank you, Gitworks. Appreciate it. Roman isn't even in the car, said Alex. Did Cena die sign get blurred out? There was a sign that was blurred out, but I didn't know what the sign was. Maybe it was Die Cena Die. Right, we're at commercial break. This show, in particular, reeks of Road Dogg, said Ellis. Yeah, who we blaming? Guys, who we blaming for this? Bet it's Road Dogg. Bet it's Road Dogg. I bet it was Vince. I bet Vince came back and wrote this. I don't know. It's been... it's not as good as last week. Days I met Paul said gets worse. I know. Johnny said, I fell asleep during the opening tag match. Now I've got to rewatch it again. Johnny, did you? The opening, what? Damien, Jimmy, Shinsuke? Dude, you need to. Johnny, you need... This show has been fire. It's not often I'll say that, but like when it comes to... listen, Johnny, this is WrestleMania season. This is WrestleMania season, so you know the shows are hot, man. So, yeah. Go back to the beginning. Go back to that tag match. Blast your way through. Oh, God, I want to tell you all the stuff that's happened, but I won't. Johnny, have a good one, buds. Enjoy it. Right. Okay, let's get a few more comments. We are at commercial break. Should be that promo segment next.
Adrian. Notice the outfit switch of Paul. He wore that when he came out with CM Punk months ago. What if he is with Punk tonight and not Roman?
We'll find out. I'm not expecting anything that seismic in this segment. I think there'll be something that we can chew over, but I don't know that it's going to be anything like it's already been mentioned about like there being a betrayal in this segment. It's like it could happen. I'm not saying it's impossible, and I'm not saying like anything like that. I'm just talking likelihood. Like, on the scale of, is it likely or is it unlikely? I feel it's unlikely because we've still got quite a few weeks to go. So I feel like we're maybe at the teasing stage, the seeds being planted stage for something that's going to show itself in 2-3 weeks, rather than something goes down here. But it could do. It could do. I think I get the feeling that Paul will be put in an awkward situation. That would be my guess. He's in an awkward situation. There's going to be more awkward looks with Paul. Punk's going to say something about how that ain't your wise man, it's my wise man. Paul's going to be like this. It's going to be awkward. There's going to be something to chew over, but like a full-blown betrayal. Don't know. I'm leaning towards unlikely. But, again, let me stress, I'm not saying impossible. I don't want I don't want it to happen and then people go, you said this was impossible. No, I didn't. I just said it was unlikely. Kathy said, I wonder why they took Smackdown off of Fox 8 of TV. Oh, its contract with Fox came to an end. They had a contract for a few years and they chose not to renew it. Oh, right. Okay. They're talking about being on next week's show in the motherland. How about a quid pro quo? So we've got Pretty Deadly talking to DIY. You scratch our back, we'll scratch your back. No, boy. No deal. Motor City are here. So, Motor City DIY by the looks of it. Welcome to the back of the line. Oh, there's a shot of London. Hello, this is what London's getting. London is getting pretty deadly against the Street Profits. You're welcome. There's more. We're also getting LA Knight against Braun Strowman, United States Championship. That's all right. That's okay. Strowman, LA Knight. I don't think either of those are going to see new champions. Yeah. Is that it? Is it just those two matches? Yes. Okay, here we go then. Final segment. Final segment.
Kim's Trains, a.k.a. Nick Butcher. Days, do you think that WWE should induct Mikey Whipwreck into the HOF? He overcame the odds and became an unlikely champion.
He could go in. I mean, I think, like, he obviously was ECW, WCW. I think he would be fine to go in. I mean, the standard is pretty low, to be honest, when it comes to Hall of Fame. But I think there's quite a few, like, WWE names that are not in, I actually had forgotten that Kamala was not in, which as soon as I saw he was being rumored, I was like, oh my God, got to get him in. I don't think Bam Bam Bigelow's in, which is like, what? Cyndi Lauper's not in, which, for everyone that knows their wrestling history, that's a massive oversight. There's just a healthy amount of names, I think. So, yeah, I wouldn't have any objection. I would love to see the Brooklyn Brawler go in for, like, I've said before, like, enhancement talent. I don't have an issue with enhancement talent going in. I think that, if you've served a bit of time and you've really put the work in, like, you've contributed. And, I think everyone knows, like, Brooklyn Brawler, don't they? Like, he's just an iconic enhancement talent. Roman Reigns is here. He's making his way down to the ring. He's got his YTC shirt on. It's time for the big, juicy, triple threat promo segment. They're going to give it time as well. It's getting 20-odd minutes. Roman, Seth, CM Punk. So we've gone to commercial break, but Roman is making his way down to the ring. One Chilled Bunny, shout out to you.
One Chilled Bunny. Days, you're a legend. Get yourself to the Birmingham one. You deserve it, X.
One Chilled Bunny, shout out to you. Yeah, I did say I was really tempted because that is... that's where I saw my very first show in 94. It's the same building, same place. It has had, obviously, refurbishment since 94, but it's the exact same building, exact same location. It's actually part of a big convention center. So in Birmingham, you have to you've got Birmingham City Centre, and you have to then get on the train and kind of go on the train for 10 minutes. And it's kind of like this, it's right next to the airport, Birmingham Airport. It's all this, like, it's out on its own. It's a convention center, so you have to get there by train or by car. And it's, there's not, like, houses around it or anything. And it's this massive, massive place that's got loads of halls. They do, like, comic cons there. They do ideal home shows, good food shows, dog exhibitions. Like, all these events take place at this National Exhibition Centre. But they've got their own arena, 15,000 seat arena. And so that's where Raw's going to be in August. And that happened to be kind of where I went to my first show in 94. I remember Undertaker, Shawn Michaels, Alundra Blaze. I can't remember who they were facing. But the card is actually on Cage Match. I found the card. Alondra Blaze against Bertha Faye was one of the matches. King Kong Bundy was on that show as well. And I still have some pictures that I took like a little camera at the time. Obviously no mobile phones. But I have some pictures from that show, which are really awful. You can only just about make out the ring and like you can make out who it is. Like you can see it's King Kong Bundy, you can see it's Bertha Faye, you can see it's who it's meant to be, but they aren't brilliant pictures. I was just a kid, and you know what I mean? Like it was only a little disposable camera. I mean, it was not the best thing in the world at all. Nothing compared to what you've got now on your phone, you know? But yeah, that place holds a lot of memories for me. And I was like, wow, first time they're going to be doing a Raw there in like 12, 13 years. So I don't think I will, because I really would want to, I still would want to stream it with you guys. But I was like, oh, that one is a real tempter, to be honest. That tempts me more than O2 Arena. I could be green shirt guy for that show. Well, I probably couldn't. The tickets are probably already gone, but for that seat, they're probably already sold. But imagine if I was like, I would wear like maybe a bright yellow shirt with a sad face on it. I wouldn't wear like the green the same as him. I would go like similar but different. Maybe I would go with a green shirt that says green shirt guy sucks. And maybe I'd take a Trinidad flag with me as well. Imagine that. Green shirt guy sucks and I'm there with the Trinidad flag. Let's go. Okay, anyway, we're not here for that. We're here for Roman Reigns, who's made his way down to the ring, standing in the ring. I think, are we going to get a Bologna? Acknowledge me. Crowd are making noise. Of course, as you would expect. You lot not crazy about that. No match getting a great rating here. Everything getting good. Heyman in the ring, acknowledge him. The Italian fans are singing away. Don't know what they're singing. But they are just singing away. Italian fans applaud him. Here we go. OTC, 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 OTC. I wonder how much he regrets that YTC shirt. Crowd died down. Here we go. Bologna. Bologna. He said the word Bologna. Acknowledge me. Acknowledge your tribe. And there's Heyman. He puts his arms out. Paul Heyman. Heyman's got a bit of Italian vibe about him, actually. With the kind of black shirt underneath his suits. Your OTC loves you. So I'm going to tell you what's been on my mind. CM Punk screwed me at the Rumble. I know. I know. So last week I screwed CM Punk. Look at Heyman. Heyman's like, Seth Rollins tried to kill me? That's a big accusation. Did he? It's okay. I tried to kill Seth Rollins? OTC. 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 The OTC came a long way. I'm going to be here for another 15, 20 minutes. So he said, if anyone wants to interrupt me, if anyone wants to come out, please let me know. Roman's looking up the entranceway. Nobody. Here's Seth. Seth's making his entrance. Okay, this is going to take a while. TJF. Here's Seth.
TJF 1983 2X Community Champion. Member. I hate the level Heyman gone. He was a legend, and he lowers self to worship someone when it should be other way around.
TJF, shout out to you. Here's Opala.
Opulas Travels. Thurway Roman said, acknowledge your tribal chief nearly got me pregnant.
I'm not sure that was his intention. Rhode Island Sports Pet said you should wear a shirt that said I was born here. It is where all my family are from, yes. I was born in, technically, about 20 minutes outside of Birmingham, but we don't need to split hairs. Okay, oh, Jesus Christ, look what he's wearing. Making his way in, it's like a quilted blue jacket suit. It does sort of... I don't even know what it looks like. It looks a bit like an ice pack. I feel like you'd put that in the fridge and then pop it inside your cool box. Crowd is still singing away.
Jamie M. Stewart. Didn't Heyman wear that when he was having troubles with the bloodline?
It wore something similar. It was red, wasn't it? Because it was the same as... it was the red, the same colour as what Solo had been wearing. Still singing away. Isn't it like a crocheted quilt? Said Wes. Could be. There we go. Crowd were singing his song, and they've now finished. We've still got Seth to come out. Punk to come out, sorry. Roman, you messed up. You don't understand how dangerous CM Punk is. You should have let me finish Punk. I get it. It's not about him. It's about you and me. There's no you without me. We cannot coexist. It's good. Really good. Seth said there is no you without me. I bet Roman was like, not so sure about that. I think there would be a me without you. It's about time we added another chapter, and Roman agrees. Roman's like, oh, he's ready, man. That chapter might get added right now. Yeah, CM Punk chants. Here he is. Here he comes. He's going to murk everyone on the microphone. I don't think there's anyone that can hang with CM Punk apart from Heyman in that ring. Loud CM Punk chants. Here he is. Dun, 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 dun. Cult of personality. Here he is. CM Punk has stepped out. Arms outstretched. Well, isn't this going to be a fascinating moment? For the second stream, what I might do is just have like a nap during the stream and just set my alarm for the last 10 minutes. Okay, so CM Punk's making his way down to the ring. I don't know what Heyman's saying. Heyman just having a few words with Roman. I think, a mic drop by Seth, apparently. There was a microphone noise there, and apparently it was a mic drop by Seth. Punk's actually singing along to his entrance music. Italian flag in the crowd said it's clobbering time. Loud crowd, man. Lovely energy. Toby said, disgusting that this bum is gatecrashing the greatest story on WWE for a decades. Here we have got big cheer. Okay, he's about to step inside. What's he going to say? Oh my God, he's going to murk everyone. He's going to murk everyone. Cult of personality. He's got the microphone in his hands. CM Punk. We've got 10 minutes to go. Here we go. Here we go. Loud CM Punk chants. The music ends. CM Punk with that microphone. Here we go. Let's talk about some facts. Grimace! He calls him Grimace! Neither one of you could beat me without the other one's help. He called him Grimace! It's every man for himself. I know it's been a while since you've been in a Rumble. Owed a favor. Oh. Yeah, Heyman's like, now. Punk's like, not now. Thank you for delivering your tribal chief on a silver platter to me. Roman looks at Heyman. He's just, come on. Oh, from behind. Oh, my God. Okay. We're getting physical early. Punk. Oh, here we go. Now Seth's getting involved. So actually, it doesn't feel like we're going to be doing much talking here. They're brawling already. There was a little moment there where Roman just turned around to look at Paul because Punk just put that little seed of doubt in Roman's mind that Heyman had purposefully delivered Roman to CM Punk. Heyman was like, he's playing mind games. But right now we've got Roman, Punk, Seth brawling away. We got to this a lot quicker than I was expecting, you know. And I feel like we need to be getting, like, officials down. They're just all over each other. Yeah, okay, here we go. I think I'm seeing some officials coming down. There we go. There, only a couple, though. We're going to need a hell of a lot more than that, surely. Okay, here they are. Here they are. Here they are. This is where you get the classic, you know, they break away, start brawling. Punk jumping on the commentary table. Come on! You. I'm the best in the world. CM Punk. No, 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 says Heyman. No, no. Seth and Roman brawling away. Roman to the outsides. He's brawling with Punk. Seth against the ropes. God, there's just bodies everywhere now. Bodies everywhere. Grimace doing some great work. WrestleMania. So CM Punk has pointed at the WrestleMania sign. Seth has pointed at the WrestleMania sign. We just need Roman to do it now to like complete the collection. But right now we got Punk and Seth brawling. There's Nick Aldis. Where's Roman? Where's Roman? Where's Roman? Here we go with ring steps. Oh! Boom! You as well. Grimace down. Grimace down. OTC chants breaking out. Nick Aldis trying to calm it down. Is he going to point at the sign? Do it! Do it, you coward! Yes! We got the full collection. I love that for us. And it looks like this is how Smackdown is going to come to an end. Roman, Seth, Punk, WrestleMania. Ba-ba! I kind of felt like that. I kind of felt like that brawl was lacking, without being rude. Kind of felt to me like that brawl really could have been a bit stronger. Really could have been a bit more. I don't know. Like it felt like they were holding back a little bit. I don't know why it feels that way, but it felt that way. Pointing to the sign has become so stupid. Yeah, all of them did it, didn't they? That brawl was a bit mid, said Navaldo says. Let's get polling. What did you think about that segment? I don't know that it's kind of lived up to. I don't know that it's kind of lived up to expectation. It's still a big talking point though, because I mean the match that we all expected is the match that we're now getting. All three of them pointing at the WrestleMania sign, making it very clear to even those at the very back the direction that this is going. The only thing you have to do is just point to the sign, said Shaquem. We need green shirt guy versus Days with a yellow shirt at Grimmermania, says Hannah. SmackDown show has gone off air, said Blue Wheel Sonic. Yep. I put match score, but I meant promo score. What did you think about that promo that we just saw? Was you a fan of it? Did you like it? Did you rate it? How do you feel about it? How do you feel about it? I felt it was okay. There wasn't really a great deal there apart from a nice couple of lines from Seth to kind of talk about this was never about Punk, it was about you and me. We need another chapter. We can't coexist. Punk coming down, calling Seth Grimace was awesome. And then a bit of a mid-brawl, pointing at the sign. That was it. That moment where is like, Heyman delivered you to me here today. And Roman was like, what's he on about? And then, of course, got nailed from behind. Like, but really, outside of that, not loads. US crowds are better for these moments. The problem with the international crowds is they're so invested in their own chants. They don't interact that much, said DM. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, actually. I didn't notice it in that moment, to be honest. But I think that was my criticism of the French crowd, was that they were singing away, and even when there was like any sort of dramatic moment, a moment that required a bit of tension, a moment that required a bit of nail biting, a moment that required the crowd to be getting behind a wrestler, like, come on, you can do it. You know, a moment that required that. Instead, the crowd's like, la, 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 la. We're having a party. Yeah. Da 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 da. Like that, they're just like vibing away. And it's like, no, we do need you to be a little bit more of like, come on, you can do this, dig deep. But instead, they're just like, woo, just having a great time, yeah. it's hard to criticize, though, because they do bring such a great energy to the show. They really do provide like a real energy. I mean, could you imagine this show if the crowd were just flat and dead? If the crowd were just sat there like... I mean, it would have been a worse show. So, I agree. A little minor criticism. A constructive criticism. It's definitely a good segment, though. But it could have been a bit better, said Ninja. It would have been better if Punk promoed longer and Grimace spoke less. Yes, Mr. Unfamiliar, shout out to you. I'm going to copy a few comments and get them read. Here we go. Jamie. Got a few here. A few comments.
Jamie M. Stewart. Nah, it's a 5 this week. Actually, I wanted more from that last segment. Dememsroxfer. And it's Demorilover, BW Days. Haha, sorry, thank you, W Days. Canny. Was that dancing possibly the most exercise that Days has done in years?
Yes.
Maggie Lusk. Probably closed the show with it to keep folk from falling asleep or leaving. Go Roman.
Yeah, it was... it's like a soccer game. It has got that kind of energy. Yeah. I give SmackDown about a 6, said Ninja. The crowd would have been dead if this show had happened in the States, said William. Shat Dizel said, wait till Monday, AJ Styles and his phenomenal song. Days, you've got to watch that shiz again. I know. And not only have I got to watch that shiz again, which, you know, I think this was a pretty mid-show, all things considered. I have got to make out that it might be all right. I can't really sit at the start of the stream and go, guys, you don't need to watch this. I'm going to have to sit at the start and just kind of quietly know to myself that this show is not the strongest that we've seen. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be like down and like, you know, really off and all of that. It was just I want to be constructive. Like, what could they have done that would have made this show better? An open challenge that involved some Italian, like maybe if Tony D'Angelo had been on and we did an open challenge, Tony D'Angelo came out and the family came out. That could have been fun, you know? Maybe we could have done that. And that could have made the show better. Maybe... I mean, we could have made that main event a bit better, had more of a promo exchange, you know? I would have been interested to have heard Roman going off on Punk. I would have been real interested to have seen a back and forth between them. So, yeah, more promo, you know, less entrance, more promo time between those three. In fact, more time for that segment. Could have cut time out of some of the matches. Did Zelina against Piper need to go that long? Maybe take a bit of time out of that, add more for that final segment. Because really, the final segment was the big draw, wasn't it? I think Jade Liv was okay. The match wasn't brilliant, but I mean, it was needed for the Naomi attack. And Naomi looks pretty good. Jacob Braun really underwhelmed for me. But, you know, he got upset with Solo interfering, and it has set up Braun now to go and face LA Knight, so I don't know, it's tricky, isn't it? Because I feel like things have happened to get us to where we need to get to, but it needed to be more impactful. It needed to be more exciting. I think every match has scored good. Opening match was good 95. Jacob Braun was good 95. Zelina Piper was good 88. Jade against Liv was good 94. Los Garza against Street Profits, good 96, and was probably the match of the night, actually. And then that closing segment, the promo segment, let's end this, see what you lot scored that promo. So this is what we'd been waiting for. And you lot have scored it good. 91%. I can only work with the numbers that I get shown. And the numbers that I'm being shown is that nothing, not even that promo at the end, managed to click into the great range. Considering this is the end of March, peak WrestleMania season. And I know there's still weeks to go, but this is peak WrestleMania season. Is that good enough? I would have to think a lot of people would probably say no. So I don't want to come down as being moody or moany or, I'm trying to find ways this show could have been better. There were, I'm trying to highlight that Street Profits Los Garza was decent. Obviously, we had some star power at the end with those three in the ring. We needed to do some of this stuff to move the story forward, but I can't sit here and say this was... I can't sit here and say I'm thrilled at having to watch this show a second time. Right, let's go down. The best part of the show was watching the Cena recap. That was done really well, actually. That was done really well. Trinity, not Naomi, could come out with someone. She had one of the greatest moonsaults in the business, said Kim Strains. Days, it's a big what-if situation if Finchy had not been let go. He could have made an appearance tonight. That might have led to him getting a push or a pop, but we'll never know, says Hannah. I don't think they saw much in him, to be honest. He could have got a pop, but him getting a pop tonight would have been a one-off thing for him in Italy, So, I think I would have used Tony D'Angelo instead. It wasn't that bad, though, said Ninja. It's not the worst SmackDown in 2025. Does that say something? Well, I like the positivity. I'm here for the positive spin. Aaron, shout out to you.
I won't dig deeper of why Punk and Roman don't like each other being eliminated from the Rumble. Isn't that interesting?
It is interesting. I mean, Punk said, look, it's every man. I know you haven't been in a Rumble, but it's every man for himself. And Roman's not the kind of person that I think would have trusted Punk. So it doesn't really make sense as to why Roman is upset with Punk. To be honest with you, I sort of feel like he got eliminated by Punk, and that's why he's upset with him. He's upset that he got eliminated from the Rumble, and the person that did that to him was CM Punk. Now, CM Punk's making the very good point of, well, it's every man for themselves. Deal with it, right? And that's a good point to make. But I can sort of understand Roman being, upset, but he can't... What can he say? He can't really say, you eliminated me and cry about it, because it's not a good look, is it, for him to do that? So he has to go with the wording that he got screwed over by Punk. It's like, well, you didn't get screwed. That's the match, innit? The match is you're all trying to eliminate each other from the Rumble. So you didn't get screwed over by Punk. You got eliminated by Punk, and that's what you're crying about. It's a difficult one, because he's got a reason to be upset with Punk, but how do you word it? Unless he just comes out and go, I belong in the main event of WrestleMania. I main evented, and I know you don't know what this feels like, but I've main evented WrestleMania 37, WrestleMania 38, WrestleMania 39, WrestleMania 40, and you stole the main event of WrestleMania 41 away from me. And maybe if he was to word it more like that. To be honest with you, I don't think it's Punk that so much has the problem with Roman. I think it's Roman that has the problem with Punk, and I think it's because he got eliminated. But it was a good line by Punk to go, listen, I know the wise man should have clued you in. I know you've not been in a Rumble for a while, but spoiler, it's every man for themselves. Yeah? So it was kind of good that he was like, I ain't screwed you. That's the name of the game. But I do get what you're saying there, Aaron, because it does kind of feel like he's saying that he got screwed over by Punk, but he didn't really. They need to do it after WrestleMania. 3-hour SmackDown's not working, said it's Kaz. Maybe Roman thinks Paul is double-crossing him. Undermined Roman and Paul says, I did it to protect you, says Carla. Opulus Travel said, Days, can we do a poll? What is the best time for SmackDown and Raw? Is it 2 hours, 2.5 hours, or 3 hours? Yeah, we could do a poll on that. I do need to run away in a moment. I don't think the next stream starts for like another 50 minutes, but I need to try and just do a bit of catching up with social media. Otherwise, Unseen will be super, super late. What is the best show length? So, what do you think about Raw, SmackDown? I mean, it's one that's really debated. If ever you do a 3-hour show, people are like, too long. If ever you do a 2-hour show, people are like, too short. And Triple H starts trying to do 2.5-hour shows, and people are like, oh my God, why didn't he just go 3 hours? He still had half an hour to play with. I honestly think the truth is it doesn't really matter. You just need a good product. You need a good quality show. And I think it's really hard to book 3 hours of really good quality content on a regular basis. And that's not shocking, is it really? If you think about TV shows, they tend to be an hour a week, yeah? Tend to be about an hour long. Think about Game of Thrones. Think about Walking Dead. Triple H at the moment is having to try and book 5.5 episodes of Game of Thrones on a weekly basis. He's having to do 2.5 hours of Raw, 3 hours of SmackDown. That's 5.5 hours of compelling storylines and interesting little Easter eggs. And that is a lot. That is a lot. So I am sort of with the 3 hours is too long brigade. I'm all right with 2. The only thing is, when Raw went down to 2, I think that it felt like the pacing wasn't quite right. But I think that you can find a way of making that work, because NXT's 2 hours, and NXT has been arguably the best show this year. NXT arguably has been the best wrestling show this year, and that is 2 hours long. So I don't think that it was... I think the pacing didn't feel quite right on Raw. But I think it would have eventually settled. I think, maybe we would have to cut the roster down a little bit. I think it's a 3-hour roster for a 2-hour show. But I think that Triple H has decided that, 3 hours isn't right. And so he's going for 2.5. And I don't mind that, actually. 2.5, I think, works fine as well. So I think I'd be 2.5 rather than 3. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what people come back with, what people think is the right answer on that. I guess that's why they're looking for a new writer in WWE, said Shaq Diesel. We've got one here. Let's get a couple more comments in as we're just getting a few more final thoughts.
Agaliki Naki. Guys, EM near of Italy. I live in Greece, Europe.
Oh, shout out to you, buds. Greece, lovely. Lovely.
And Odin. Days. Maybe SmackDown will be better if we see it again tonight with a different perspective in the American version stream. Shout out to you, LMFAO.
That is actually not a bad point, because I think I did go into this with quite high expectations, because actually I thought last week was a good show. I remember at the end of it saying, I really don't mind watching this again. Lots of little talking points dotted all throughout. I mean, don't forget last week we had the Aleister Black and Ray Phoenix teases, which we had for the very first time. And so I kind of went into that going like, wow, I mean, we got that. We had Jade get interrupted in a little interview with Liv. That was kind of fun the way that played out. And we had new tag champs last week as well. There was just all these little bits that went down that just kind of kept the show going. And I sort of feel like this week, I didn't really feel like we had those little bits. You know, we had the Aleister Black vignette, and it was maybe a little different to last week, but we know who it is. And, okay, something else has been slightly revealed, but we know who it is. We know what it's leading to. Rey Fenix, we got to see more of him in his vignette, but we know who it is. So, I mean, those don't really hit the same this week as they did last week. And I suppose this week was all about that final 10 minutes, wasn't it, really? Or at least I saw it that way. It was really all about that Punk, Seth, Roman sex. So I think I did go into it with high expectations following last week. I don't think those expectations were met. But maybe when I watch it the second time and I know, you know, this show is not as great as I was initially hoping it was going to be, then, perhaps actually the second viewing I can just take it for what it is. And maybe, you know, dig into a few things that I can appreciate some of the stuff that maybe I didn't appreciate first time around.
TJF 1983 2X Community Champion Hoff. Days, Triple H is like the British council workers. He don't know how finch a job.
That's true. TJF, shout out to you. Finley, shout out to you, buds.
How come Raw is 2.5 hours now?
I think Triple H just prefers that time. I think he could have any time he wanted on Netflix. So he's choosing a time that he thinks is the sweet spot. I think Triple H is under the impression 3 hours is too long, 2 hours is too short. He wants 2.5 hours. So that's what he benchmarks for, and that's what he aims for.
NWA used to do 3 hours back in the day. I once watched a 5-hour DDT Pro show.
I remember WrestleMania 35 being like, flipping, I can't even remember how long. I feel like the main show was like 5 hours something. Kickoff show was 2 hours. We started before that as well. And I just remember that being like, oh my God. WrestleMania, with the main show being close to 6 hours, I think it was like 5 hours 40. The kickoff show being 2 hours. If you watched the kickoff show and WrestleMania 35, you was clocking in close to 8 hours. 8 hours. And we started a couple of hours before that. I remember, I mean, that's the WrestleMania that broke WrestleMania. Because obviously the next year we would start doing 2 nights. So I think that was the WrestleMania. They were like, the seed was planted of like, maybe we're not quite doing this right. We've grown to such a point where we need 2 days now. So, what was that? A 5-hour DPW show, was it? 5-hour show. I'd be burnt out. I mean, I think if you're really into like all the matches and everything, surely there'd be a point where you're done. Aren't you? Like, wouldn't you get burnt out by that point? I mean, to be honest with you, WrestleMania 35 is not a great WrestleMania. I remember a lot of that WrestleMania just sort of like passing me by. And there was obviously, like, Kofi Mania was a great moment. And there was obviously some great moments there. But, yeah, I sort of remember not getting... I remember being tired at the end of it. But thankfully, I wasn't, like, super engaged in everything. Otherwise, God, I might not have made it. I might not have lived.
Big time Baxter.
Yes.
Days, I think we can all agree 3-hour Raw had its rhythm in mid-2024, with multiple storylines breathing like Wyatt 6, Alpha Had Me, Punk Drew, Live Judgment Day. SmackDown just doesn't have that.
I don't know. I think there was some 3-hour Raws that it's like, it can be done. I remember watching some of those shows going, look, it can be done. So, you know, maybe that would have been around that time, but consistently, on a consistent basis, I've never massively loved 3 hours. I've always, more often than not, and by more often, I mean 99% of the time, at the end of a show that's been 3 hours, being able to sit there and give it a 7 or something like that, and normally go, Would have been better if we shaved a bit of time here. Don't know that we needed that. Could have cut this. And actually, had we have just kept the good stuff and got rid of some of the waffle, the show would have been even better. Show would have been stronger. So 3 hours can be done, but I don't know that it can be done on a consistent, regular basis. And I've seen, I feel like the vast majority of Raws that we've ever done watch-alongs for that have been 3 hours long, we afterwards have given it a score of a 7, 7.25, something along that ballpark. And it's like, could have done without that, could have done without that, didn't need this bit. There's stuff in there that you can always remove, I think I'm with Triple H trying 2.5 hours. I think I'm with Triple H on that and seeing if that is maybe the sweet spot. Just cutting a little bit of the fat away and just hopefully leaving the good stuff. And actually, it seems like a lot of you guys are in that boat as well, because this is our poll results. 47% saying that 2.5 hours is the preferred option. 30%, though, not too far behind, saying 3 hours. 22% saying 2 hours. So 2 hours is the least popular option. 2.5 hours coming out as the most popular option. So I think Triple H has probably got it about right. We know that SmackDown's not going to stay at 3 hours. That after WrestleMania will go back down to 2 hours.
Maybe the show would be better if WWE had more talent than the same 10 people they use every week. I am getting fed up of Rollins, Punk, and Roman every flipping week.
Yeah, they're the big stars, aren't they? So I think they do kind of lean on them quite a bit to bring that kind of excitement. Hey, the Tiffany Charlotte promo was not bad. I do have to give that props. I didn't mind that little sit-down interview. That was okay. Right, let's do a few super chats and then we will go. So, Mackenzie said Fraxium need to get to the main roster during the draft. I do think there will be a draft. Rumors are there'll be a draft after WrestleMania. Mackenzie said Heyman should have done the Jasmine next to the come here, go away. Yeah, I do like that. Michael Borland, shout out to you, said I wonder if Hendry will be Jay's surprise partner. The belief is that he will be. He's the front runner. Could go a different way, but I think it will be him. Kian said Seth versus Roman versus Punk Bucket. I think it's been booked. They all were pointing up at that WrestleMania sign. And then let's jump over to this.
9 Ducks Holiday 4. Go home shows for PLEs and shows after PLE should be 3 hours. In between, that should be 2 hours.
I didn't think it was going to read it then. Yeah, so 3 hours for go homes and shows after, but other shows at 2 hours. I don't hate that, but I don't know how easy it is. It's easy on Netflix to do that, but I don't know how easy it is to accommodate that on, say, USA Network. Because that would mean that the go home, the show coming out, well, the go home would need to be different. The show coming out wouldn't, because that would be Raw, but the go home would be SmackDown. So, once a month, that SmackDown would need to be given a little bit more time. And I don't know if they can build that into their schedule. I'm sure they could. But, yeah, that's an interesting idea of kind of fluctuating the time. James said, don't forget Raw on Monday, 8 p.m. James, shout out to you, buds. Good win for England. Up and running. Could have been a banana skin, but thankfully it wasn't. Jamie said, pointing at the sign gets it booked. Yeah, could you imagine if it's not booked now? I mean, I will be shocked. Oppolet said, I'm up to WrestleMania 32 now. But I've gave up my watching WrestleMania streak. Really? Why? You haven't got long to go. You're in the final stretch. I was there for Street Korea. That was a 5-star match, said A.B. Jobson. I prefer 25 to 26, but I have no problem with both of those being regarded as 5-star matches. They're both amongst my favorite WWE matches ever. So, okay, I'm going to run away now and get ready for our next stream. I really need to just put a few things in folders and whatnot. But yeah, really appreciate the support. Appreciate people joining us. Hope you got something out of this. I know that it was maybe not quite what everyone was looking for, but well, it is what it is. You know, we'll see what they've got for us on Monday. I'm sure there'll be some good stuff there. I mean, we've got Cody and Cena again, so I'm optimistic that Monday should deliver. And I don't know about next week's SmackDown, if I'm going to be brutally honest. I only saw 2 things announced, and neither of them look that seismic, so I'm sure they'll have something good for the London crowd, though. I'm sure they'll have something good, so yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But if you are around, jump in, share your thoughts. Obviously, we won't talk about the show. Don't want to ruin it for anyone that's not seen it yet. So we won't talk about the show at the start of the next stream. But if you want to talk about something else in wrestling, maybe something to do with Cena, Cody, maybe something to do with Wyatt 6 or something like that, then jump in. We'll be talking an hour before SmackDown begins in America. So, yeah, thanks a lot for joining us. Really do appreciate it. And I think that's everything. So, thanks for watching. Bye for now.